so. So I'm going to stick this on here. Now, actually, I'm going to do that a bit lighter. It doesn't really matter because this is a matte product, so I'm not going to see behind it. But, of course, you can see a little bit of the background. Do you know what I'm going to do on that? I'm going to put my beautiful papers behind there because that will really, really work. Now. Okay. Right. Okay. Do I need to say that? Okay, I am so sorry. I tell you what, this has been one of those shows. It really has. I'm really, really, really sorry, but the bitumen crackle that I've literally just spent the last demonstration showing you how to use isn't on the show. So I'm really sorry about that. We will be taking that off for you. Right, okay. So, yeah, really sorry. We'll I think, the call centre, if people have checked the baskets out. Yeah, call centre are going to get in touch with you for those who've checked your baskets out. I am so sorry about that. That is such a shame because it's a cracking product. Right, so I'm going to pop a bit of paper behind here because I'm popping this over the top. Now, I am going to be spritzing and doing all sorts. So, with this, it is the kind of thing that the paper will probably get squidged with loads of inks in a minute anyway. But for the time being, let's pop that on there like so. Now, what my thought process is with this, I'm going to have this as my background, but I'm then going to have this on the front because this is actually going to be a little, and I'll show you with the one that I did in the first hour. So this will be the front cover. But then it'll be 3D because my rings will sit like that, and it'll allow me to, so I could put it on the wall and then I could flip it up like this, you see. See what I mean? So it'll look really, really pretty. So it's like an art journal with all my tags, but I'll be able to put it on the wall, which means, the way I was thinking this, it means that you'd be able to put photographs and things, but because it's on the wall, you can use it as a little calendar, a diary or something like that. Oh, there's more news. Is it good news? Right. So, we haven't got the crackle glaze, brilliant, but we have got a fabulous bundle with 2 of those bitumens. So if you do want to get hold of them, if you didn't want to miss out on that, we have got that. Apparently it's back in stock, but please check your baskets out with that one. I promise I hope I promise. Right, we have been told that that's right. So if you don't want to miss out on that bitumen, 2 lots of that, please check your baskets out. Yeah, it's cracking stuff, is that. So pop in the clock. So obviously that is in the clock and cog set. So pop in that there. Like so, because I just think that fits beautifully, absolutely beautifully. I am going to put in my book page there in front of it, so part of this will be obscured, but I love that. I'm then going to pop on, see, I love that as well. I like the way you can layer all these up. See one of the cogs in the centre? How good does that look as well? Which looks fantastic. So pop in the little cog on, like this. That bitumen is busy. So if you want that, you know what to do. So popping that on the centre, again, really beautiful. Loving the way these layer up. Right, so that's going to be that layer. Then this is going to be the cover. Now that is the journal. So these come like this, if I just get a plain one. So they come like that. They also have your little old D-rings. So you get in 6 D-rings, I think it is, in there. But you can do so much with these. I really like them. And on this one, I've put the crackle glaze. I haven't got. I've also put, now this is using a couple of the stencils. So I've used this stencil, and I've already put it on so it'll dry in time. And I've put on the fine texture paste. Now, the stencil's lovely, but let me show you this fine texture paste, because this is fabulous. And it's got a really, that's the new one. Let me just open mine. It's a massive tub. It's proper weighty as well. But with this, you've got, look at this, it's got like grit in it. So it's got a really nice texture. See, if I take that out, And I'm going to pop this on here, actually. I'll use a different stencil so you can see. So even though, and you can hear it, can't you? It's, yeah, it's like spreading toast. That makes me a bit hungry. So, I love toast. So that, there we go. See how cool that looks? It's got such a nice texture to it. Oh, I'm loving that. That isn't my project, but I'm loving that. So it's got a lovely texture. Massive pots, highly recommend those. If you do want to go for that one, we have got the fine texture paste on the show. The details are there for you. That is £10.49. If you do want the stencils, you've got to pick and mix with the stencils. You are getting 2 of those stencils for, and the details are zooming in, only £9.99. Check the website out on those, because that's where you'll find all the stencils. And there's about 39 options. So funnily enough, we're not going to run through those for you, but we have got a lot of stencils, so it's worth checking those out. So that is going to be the front cover. So it's not going to be glued to that. The back cover is going to be glued to that, but I want to decorate it at the same time. So that's my front cover. So I'm going to be decorating this with, again, loads of these wonderful little embellishments. So I've got loads of embellishments ready to go on here. So I'm going to take these beautiful corners. Now, all these embellishments are part of those wonderful, there we go, I don't want it too close to the dots, parts of those wonderful sheets with all your cogs and stuff. But there's a lot to choose from, so you do need to have a little look at those, because there's that many different embellishments and different sheets, but they're all very cool. I'm not bothering if it's stuck down 100% flat, because I kind of like that movement with it, and I am rushing a bit now. So I've got those 2 there. I'm then just going to put one of the, I think I'll put one of the clocks there as well. Bring it in so I can see where I'm going. I will use the papers in a second as well. So that one is going to go there. I want to get colour on this before I bring the papers in, though, you see, because if I got colour on this and then brought, if I put papers on them, started colouring it, then my papers would get all squidged with the colour. So, and I don't want to do that. I want to get this on first. So that is going on there. I'm not going to bother too much about my adhesive, because I know my adhesive will dry matte. So I know that you won't really see the adhesive. It's just making sure it actually holds. That's the only problem, because I've got so much texture going on. Let me get bigger dollops of it. Let's not. I do need a new one. I use this such a lot. Right, okay. So bigger dollops. Bigger dollops will just allow me to put cogs and things in. And these, some of these are from the MDF kit. I am using a bit of everything, but that's a lovely thing. Everything matches perfectly. Everything goes together. So it's worth it. If you've built up a collection of these, it's brilliant, because you'll have so much to sort of dip into. I love that as well. So you've got the wonderful little light bulb. That's on one of the other sheets, which looks seriously cool. Now, I have already painted these. You'll be happy to know, so you're not watching me paint them. I've given them just a wash. With, actually, I just used cream paint with these rather than thingy. I can't be bothered trying to think. Right, and I might put that wing there, because I really like that. And that has got the wonderful, you know, stuff that we haven't got. The crackle paint, obviously. Because like yesterday when I was prepping, that's what I was doing. Okay, so popping that in like that, just there. Oh, see, I'm not getting carried away. This is what you'll do at home. It's because it all layers up. It gives you so many different beautiful layers. Now, put colour on before we go for it with the beautiful papers. So I want that to match that. Now, I was going to use paints, but I'm very aware of time. So I am going to work with sprays rather than paints at first. Now, the papers I'm using, it is these pink papers. So I don't want anything that's going to take over. You know, I don't want anything that's going to be darker than that. And because I decided before to use papers, I'm just going to have a rummage. So the green will work, because it's like your rose colours and everything. The green will work because it'll just look natural. So putting the green on first of all, on everything. I don't need to bother about that back panel because you're not going to see that anyway, so that's cool. I'm then going to pop a bit of the yellow on. The yellow will go because you've got some brown tones, so the yellow will go and it'll just make it a bit richer, like that. And then, just to darken it up a bit, because again, you've got browns in there as well, so I'll put a bit of brown in there. I'm just trying to get in, like so. Oh, I love that. There, and I'm not going all over, so you've got kind of a, you know, so it's nice and uneven, which I like. Now, let's have a little look-see. Let's give this a bit of a blast with a heat gun to dry it off a little bit. And what you'll find, some of it will be really rich. If it's too thick and you don't want that intensity, then just drag some of the colour off with, you know, rice paper or something before you blast it dry. Because as you blast it, it has got your gesso surface. So the gesso will give you that beautiful, it sits on top of it better. Whereas if you don't gesso it, especially the grey board, then it will seep into it quite a lot because it's really porous. So gesso or cream paint, white paint, whatever your base is on this. Now I'm not going to spend too long because of time. 20 minutes. I would make this a lot darker, but I'm just very aware. And it's okay, I can do a bit of dry brushing over the top. And what I would absolutely use is my bitumen on this. So I'm not going to worry too much about it not being dark enough. Because I've got my, what else have I got? I've got my doodahs. Where did I put my doodahs? I've got my doodahs. What? I can't find me doodahs. My little pots of doodahs. Patina! My waxers. I couldn't hear you, kid. I had an heat gun going in my head, didn't I? Can't hear now if I've got an heat gun going. And I don't know how I put my waxers. I had them in my hand. No, they were somewhere in this creative mess. They'll be here somewhere. Because I was using them as well. When I was playing by myself, I was using them, so they should be in this vicinity. Details. Oh, it's because I've... Yes! So, look. Details are there, folks. So, with these, your lovely little waxers, see, if I pop a bit on, take a bit off, and this will give you now, look, it starts, you start putting all that grey. So if you need an extra sort of, you know, and it's not really dark, so it's giving me a sheen and it's giving me a gentle colour, is that, which is really, yeah, that's black pearl, you see, and it's not really a dark one. It does look silver. It's not really intense black, but it gives you, I wonder if you can see it. Can you see that sheen that it gives you? It's really, really pretty, is that? And actually the pink is nice because the pink will really go with this as well. So let's see where we are. So now we've got that layer. That's going to be on the cover. And at the minute that doesn't look like much. Even though I've put the spritzer on, it don't look like much. But if I get my bitumen, I really don't like that word. But if I get that, where did I put you, you little beauty? There. Now this is where life goes well cool. Because watch this. Probably won't have time to do it all. But I'm going in quite heavy-handed to really get a good covering and a quick covering. So with that, I love this stuff. You can go in sort of all over it, shot with it. And then sort of really slap it on for speed. And there we go. There now. I love this because immediately, remember it has got the glaze on, so underneath, so obviously that does need to dry, but immediately look how dark it starts becoming. And I will sponge some of this off, but look, it's going over my texture. Underneath there is the stencil, so that's my stencil paste and the wonderful texture paste. So there's texture paste, the fine texture paste, and then the other stencil paste. But now half of the stock of the bitumen has gone. Yeah, this is such cool stuff. and it works. I mean, it works with those spritzers just beautifully, because it just goes hand in hand with them. You know, it's not sort of taking away the actual colour. It just layers wonderfully on top. And if I just start to pull some of that off now, so you can see. Can you see? So you can still see the brown under there, but it's just adding to the texture. It's just adding to, I'm trying to find a bit of my cloth that isn't crusty. It's just adding to the layers. I would keep going with this. I mean, obviously this is work in progress as ever, but look how rich it makes it look. There you go, just lifting that off a little bit there. If you don't want to lift it off, then don't. You know, you can have it so it's deeper and darker if you want it to be, so you don't need to lift those layers off. But I wanted to do a little bit of that because I really like it. Oh, I love that. Now, have a look at that, and that is going to sit on there. I mean, we haven't finished yet because I am going to pop another layer. And then what would happen is, I might not finish this because I do want to do other bits, but look, this is when I bring in, and I'd make sure this were dry, so this is when you'd bring in these little layers. So you get your little paper layers in like that. I've got some gorgeous little flowers that I've cut out, so they're probably there like this. This is where you cover up all your gorgeous embellishments like that. My little butterflies. And the lovely thing is, and this is the last collection that we've got, but the Vintage Treasure. But look how well the Vintage Treasure works. And I love it because even though, you know, you've got all the clogs and everything, clogs, cogs. Even though you've got all the cogs and stuff, the prettiness still works with it. It all blends together beautifully. I do need to keep playing with this, don't I? But check your baskets out. There's so many beautiful elements on this show. I just want to play, so you watch a little bit of this while I crack on. Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier. Now, I do apologise, I'm still faffing. I will move this. But I'm just going on now with the beautiful waxes, because the waxes over the top of this, again, they just add such a gorgeous sheen to it. If you do want the waxes, you do get that sort of grey one, which it's called black, but it's got a really nice grey silver. But you've also got the pink one. Now, look at this, because in the tub, the pink one looks really, really, really pink. But when you put it on, and I'm putting it on this time with a brush, look, when you put it on, it sort of fades out. And you wouldn't think, at first you'd think, oh, pink won't work with that. It absolutely does. It really works. It really works over the brown as well. I really like that. I think it's a gorgeous, gorgeous finish. And that isn't dry, so it's mixing in with it, but it does look really pretty. There are other options. They are on the website. There's 6 different options, actually, on the website. You pick and mix in 3 of those, so it's completely up to you what you want to go for. And they are beautiful colours. Yeah, they're sapphire. And when you think about it, I mean, you can put it on with your brush or, of course, put it on with your finger, so it's a lot more subtle, and lift that off. I really want to finish. Do you know what? when you do live TV, it's so annoying because you want to finish everything, but it's like next. I do want to do, and I love that, but I do want to do another one. So because this book is going to be, it's going to flip up like so, and the bitumen, I'm just washing that with water. It's really, really practical, not messy at all. It's fantastic. Okay, so because that's flipping up, I need my page. Where's my page gone? So I need my page to flip up as well. So I had already cut this out. Sorry, folks. I am such a there. So what I'm doing is, and what I planned for. So that's going to be my page when I finished it off. That's going to be the same size, so I've cut it down, so these will be the pages that are going to go in that fantastic little book. So that at the top, that's where they're going to be punched. So if you wanted to reinforce that, you could reinforce that just with scraps, you know. So because it's going to be punched, and it is going to be, it's going to be like a flip book. So at the top there, just make sure that's reinforced so you know that it's going to be able to handle it, because obviously you don't want your page sort of falling to pieces. So just pop that there so that'll handle being flipped over like so. And I like the coordinating now in the gorgeous little pocket. So this is like the art journaling part of this, and this is super cool because you've got all these lovely little little wallets and things like that, and these are fabulous. So I've got my board now. You know, I would go for a board with smaller grooves, truth be known, but I'm just using what I have in my room, and then just using an embossing tool. And all I'm going to do, I can see exactly where it needs to score. So it's going to be scored there. It's going to be scored, and it's dead obvious because it's point to point. So you don't need any instructions on this. It's really obvious. And then scoring that there. So that one comes in like so. That one comes in. And then this one comes in. And I just think these are beautiful. You've got so many of these, and they're just super cute. Love things like this because they're just a joy to work with. And they just give you so many different, you know, so many different ideas and so much scope as well. Now, you could have that so it opened, or of course you could have it just so it's a solid pocket on there. I'm going to have it on there as a solid pocket because I think it's lovely. That's going to be at the top, so that's where it's going to be punched. So I want it to layer up like so. So that's going to be my little pocket. I'll just really quickly whip round with a little bit of ink. Oh, I don't need to be super quick. So going around with a little bit of ink. I'm not going to look for my other sponge. I'm just going to use this one rather than faffing. And this is just lovely. So taking that and just going around. The only problem is with this, it's double-sided. So it's choosing what side. You'll decide on that dependent on the paper that you're using, because I want it to stand out on my paper. So I could, if I did it, you know, like you'll put it on and say, right, okay, that way, or should it be that way? Do you know what I mean? So you'll turn it. That one looks quite nice, doesn't it? Just a wood panel on the front. I quite like that. Oh, then again, that flower's really pretty. Right, the flower wins. So that lovely flower on the front. So I'm going to just glue this really quickly. A little bit of glue there, a little bit of glue there. So that's going to be ready to go on in a few seconds. Just dump that there so it glues. And then I've done loads of little fussy cutting. So this, look at that. Now, this is out of the paper. You've got so many elements on this. Like all of these, you start looking at it. And because you're getting, especially in the smaller ones, 3 of each, you start looking at them to fussy cut them. And I do like that because like that, you know, you'll start fussy cutting these. That's why I like that you've got so many papers, because with these, you've got so many different layers. Sorry, what was that? Kim. So, what colour I'd a matte and layer? I'd definitely go creams with these. Your creams will fit beautifully. So if I bring a cream in, look, your cream just, because it's a warm palette, your cream really suits that warm palette. It looks absolutely beautiful. I'd also go for naturals and browns. Let's have a see. Browns would look really good. Have I got a brown here? I will have. Browns would look good, but go for a really nice, rich dark brown. I don't think I've got as dark as I'd like to go, but all the same. See, so if you went for a brown, that'd look good. Because you've got a really natural palette there, so because it's very, can you see, and that looks really warm then, which is nice. If you're going for pink, you don't want your pink too in your face. Like a nice, that's quite a decent pink. That's quite a nice pink. So you could get away with your pink as well, but you need a really quite a nice, you know, a muted pink. You don't want a bubblegum pink. And then, I mean, you could actually get away with blues and greys and things, but I think that's a really, really nice palette there. So yeah, that's what I'd be plumbing for. I'd go for some really natural tones with this one, because I think that suits it. And I mean, when you're making cards, look how quick you could make a card there. That could be a card with like a tag on it, and then some of the little butterflies. You know, you could make some such quick cards with this one, and then maybe, you know, the beautiful frames, because remember, you do get the shapes as well. What was that? The chips. You do get some chips with it as well, chipboard shapes. If you were doing that, oh, I love when I go off on tangents. If you were doing that, who are we blaming? Kim, we're blaming you for this tangent. So, if you do that, what I'd do with this, your frame, I would actually put cream card behind the frame, because then that makes it pop. So pretend this is a card. Pretend these are mats and layers. Do you know, a lot of my TV career has been a lot of pretend. Just pretend. Just pretend this is all matte and layered and beautiful. So then you could have that sort of falling off the card. You could then have your little tag just being held on with it. Bring in that frame, but the frame, if you pop it on cream card, that lifts it like so. Doesn't that look cute? And then you bring a lovely, you could put the butterfly either in the centre there, but I'd have it on the little edge like that, which looks really pretty. Should have done that as a demo, shouldn't I? It'd have taken 10 minutes. But no, that's how, hopefully that'll inspire. It's an extra demo. I'm going to do this on my page instead. But it's dead easy. And when you think about how much paper you're getting in these kits, you can make the most beautiful, beautiful cards with this easily as well, which is dead important. Very easy because everything matches together. So what I'm doing is, that's my lovely little pocket. This I'm doing as a page, but this could be a card quite easily. I want my beautiful little flower. So the flower's going to come up like so. Let's start gluing a bit of this down before we run out of time. So the little flower is coming out like this. Okay, that's where I'm punching, so don't forget that bit there. Now this bit, that's where my pocket's going to come on. So I'm not going to waste that flower. So just chop that off like that before your glue sets. Pop my pocket on, and I am popping the pocket on, I am popping my pocket on flat because it's going to be a flip book. Glad I said that right. Because it's going to be a flip book. If I pop the pocket on, if I pop the pocket on with too much Polly Pocket picks a pick. If I did it like that, then there'd be too much dimension. However, I still want a little bit of dimension, and look how pretty that is. So the flower, rather than wasting the flower, you bring the flower so it's still coming down. I know I'm going over that flower, but that don't matter. It looks really, really pretty because everything blends, everything merges and matches together. So I'm popping it on, so I've still got the pocket, so I'm not going to ruin the pocket, but it just comes down like that. And then I'm going to pop on my, oh, I'm too many pops. Pop on my lovely little thing like this. I'm going to stick that under there like that because I think that's nice. And then these are your dimensional tags, and I love all your lovely embellishments. I think the chipboard is brilliant because it does give you that really nice effect. And actually, do you know what? This is fussy now, folks. attention to detail. But in the frame, I don't want to see these in the frame. So I want to see them outside the frame, but not in the frame. And I would be really fussy. Like that. There. So, taking that off like that. So you've got that really beautiful little frame, which goes like that. See, look how pretty that is. The papers are beautiful. They're ridiculously easy to work with. That's going to go there like this. Come here, you. And then I'm going to pop a little sentiment sticker. So that's going to go in there like that. And then I could put loads of embellishments on. I'll just get a quick sticker out of my stickers. And I'm going to put home. So this is my little home. And that could be like, you know, stuff for home. Because that, now, you can put your little tag in. I mean, that's beautiful. These are beautiful. The papers are beautiful. Now, finishing touch, because I know we've got only a few minutes. Now, this is something that our lovely Jo Channon swears by, the wax. Now, with the wax, you have got, I think you're getting 2 pots of this, aren't you? This is the most, I mean, it's such cool stuff. Not going to lie, it's the strangest stuff when you're using it. It's like, oh, this is really weird. But it's really good stuff, and I want to put this on really quickly. It is a bit like beeswax, but it isn't, which I like. So when you're popping this on, just get a brush, quick, Leonie, quick. So popping it on, when you actually put it on at first, you can put it on your page. Now, I like this because there's so many times when you are paper crafting, your paper looks too much like paper still. Do you know what I mean? It's like it needs something to finish it. This is absolutely the one. So you'll put it on like this and just slapping it on. And I'm just not worried about anything, quite frankly. Maybe time. But apart from that, I ain't worried about anything in life. Maybe my breakfast. Yeah. Gonna have that next. My second breakfast of the day. Early's requires 2 breakfasts. Doesn't it? There we go. So popping that on. Right, then let it dry. Okay, you could put another layer if you want it thicker. Now, this is cool because you are going to get the most cool finishing touch, but it looks good. Now, let me show you one I prepared earlier. So this one. Now, can you see this side that's still shiny? That's shiny, right? So it'll dry with that shine. But this side, can you see that side's got more of a sheen rather than a shine? So all you need to do is take a soft cloth and then once it's dry, just start buffing it. And it's just the coolest stuff. Because then you take off that high shine and you just get that really beautiful kind of soft glaze. But honestly, it's such a good product because it makes your paper just look a bit more, it makes it look richer, it makes it look coated, so it makes your finishing project look really, really, I don't know, different, finished. It makes it look finished. Because now when you see that, there's a bit you can see the bits I haven't buffed. But the bits I've buffed, oh, I've been buffing my bits and everything. Thank gosh I wasn't buffing my clock or cog. Could have been a different show altogether. But you get that beautiful soft glaze. Highly recommend that. Get that in your basket. Don't miss out on that. I've run out of time. I've got so much to tidy and finish. I'm going to stay and finish. Please check your baskets out. Those papers are absolutely beautiful and so easy to work with. Don't miss out. Check your baskets out. See you in a few hours. Coming up next, we've got our lovely Matthew Palmer with his one-day special. It's me and Karen with our Awkward Arches show, and then funky needlework. Stay tuned to Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling arts glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's midday, so of course it's a perfect opportunity for us to have another live look at our one-day special. It's a Matthew Palmer special. We're talking fantastic techniques with a DVD and 3 fabulous brushes all included. The brushes included will give you the ability to create some amazing pieces of art, just like the ones that we're looking at here. And within the DVD you'll have 2 projects that you can create, but then you'll learn loads and loads of techniques from the man himself. So you can use these brushes in a whole host of different ways, and that's what we've learned throughout the one-day specials already. Now, Matthew is with us again. Now, this is the thing that strikes me. These brushes are so clever. I mean, we've looked at technique brushes before, but they tend to hone in on one particular effect. With these, there's a whole spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's really nice about these brushes. So I have designed quite a few brushes over the past, crikey, 20 years we're looking at, in fact 22 years now. And these are the first ones that aren't just about one particular thing. So in the past I've had tree brushes for doing trees. Here we've got brushes that are so versatile. These will open your eyes to watercolour. It's like a whole new world. In fact, it's like Aladdin's magic carpet ride, this one. So it'll totally just show you all these random techniques from here. Look perfect. We're seeing the tiger, we're seeing those individual hairs. Look at those whiskers. They were done with this brush. So
wow.
These are about animals, fur. These are about flowing water. These are about trees, texture, crashing waves, palm trees. It really is a versatile brush. And when we first sort of went out to design these new brushes, which was well over 2 years ago, the first thought was I want a brush that would make painting animal fur easier.
Okay.
That was the original spec, and that quickly changed into a brush that does so much, and that's why we've got this brand new set of 3. And this is the official launch. I mean, this is launching them here today, folks. So very excited to do this one-day special. Look at those gorgeous pine trees. Again, done with these brushes very, very easily, and even the gorgeous sky as well.
I love it. Absolutely love it, and you guys have been loving it too. So much so that 70% of the stock has gone already. I mean, we've got up until 6 o'clock for you to take advantage of this deal, but so many of you have got involved nice and early. Now, of course, we've spoken of those brushes, of course, specially designed by Matthew, but he also gives you the opportunity to learn how to use them with a whole host of different techniques within the DVD that's included. You've got 45 minutes where you're going to be creating 2 projects, painting alongside Matthew, and then, of course, what you are going to learn is some additional techniques, and techniques that are going to last with other projects.
Absolutely, yes. And, you know, this DVD was put together exclusively for us here at Hochanda for this launch of the brushes. You can't get this elsewhere at the minute, so it's very much a special thing. The brushes by themselves are $23.95.
Yeah,
so,
we saw that on the website, yeah.
It's one of those no-brainer purchases. We're giving you the brushes and we're going to give you the DVD as well, which has got 2 complete pictures and loads of little tips and tricks as well.
I love it. Now, these aren't like any fan brushes you may have used in the past. The thing that strikes me with these, they're quite chunky brushes, and we saw there was a reason for that, so as they can hold on to that paint within those bristles and give you lots of opportunity to paint with them. So if you fancy getting hold of your one-day special, the details are there on your screen. Busy, busy, busy. That's what we're finding on those phone lines and on the website. Of course, 70% of the stock having gone means that we have got a certain amount of urgency for you to get hold of these. So if you wanted to make sure that you've got yours and rest assured that you can sit back and relax, then certainly please do take advantage of the details on your screen. Don't forget to go back and watch on Rewind as well. We've got lots of fabulous kind of technical elements that we saw from Matthew, but also projects, paintings that you could actually create in the comfort of your own home. We've had 3 live shows, so go back and watch those shows on Rewind at 915573 if you're wanting to get hold of that. I'm going to hand straight over to Matthew, I think. Are you going to give us some techniques maybe to get started?
Yeah, so let's have a look at these brushes. And I've got a sheet of, you know, standard watercolour paper here. I've stuck it to a board. This is just a piece of old board. Common question, do you need an easel? Well, you don't. Just a table is the way I work at home, or even your lap, you know, and something at the side where you can pop your colours. We've got the colours here which are available in the show via Pick and Mix. You can get 3, I think, for $15.99. I've got the water here. We've got some kitchen roll, in case we start crying, because you never know, you might need it. And we're just going to get stuck into this. Now, I want to paint a bit of a scene here, a bit of a sunset, and I want to show you lots of different techniques on this picture, using just the brushes, nothing else, just the brushes from the one-day special. So if we take a look at them, we've got 3 sizes to try and get them in the right order. We've got the small, medium, large. Now, the first thing to mention is that the brushes aren't just a classic fan brush. It's got a random height to it, and you can see it's like little hedgehogs, and each one gets bigger but also wider, the depth at the top of them. This one is about 1/4 inch deep, which is good for stippling as well. So think of animal fur, think of bluebells, think of waterfalls. Very, very versatile. So I want to use this big brush first, which is a nice brush for putting the skies on. It's lovely for doing a wash as well. It's not just about the one subject, and that's the thing I want to put across with these brushes. very versatile. And when we came to give a title to these, we're thinking, well, what should we call it? The Matthew Palmer Sky, Tree, Animal, Bluebell, Waterfall.
You'd need a big case to
brush.
fit all of that on.
And then someone had a bright idea calling them Fantastics. You can't pay for that kind of marketing, can you?
You
eh?
can't.
You can't.
Brilliant.
You can't. So we're going to work it across. And I've just wet the paper, which is pretty much the way you start painting. Now in the palette, we've got lots of different colours here to play with. Again, all of these available on the Pick and Mix. What I want to do is go straight in with the yellow. We're going to do something colourful because it's January and we all need a bit of colour in the UK. So my easel's sinking. Talk amongst yourselves. There you go.
Now, the paints that Matthew's working with, incidentally, do keep an ear open for the different colours. They are available on a Pick and Mix, but you'll find them all on the website, and I will show you those as the hour progresses. So if you are wanting these, you can choose any 3 of them, as Matthew quite rightly says, £15.99. And you've got everything that's going to cover you, from your foliage, your trees, to this beautiful yellow that Matthew's working with at the moment. And is this a natural yellow that you're working with?
So this one's natural yellow light, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm putting it in and you can see it goes in there quite cleanly. It's a nice vibrant colour, nice and thick, natural yellow light, this one. It's designed for, you know, from anything from flowers to sunsets. Next colour is going to be the orange. So we've got natural orange here, we'll take some of that. That's going to go pretty much to the top here, look, bring it in.
And these are literally from the tube, you've added a little bit of water and then straight to your canvas?
Yeah, it's just a bit of water in the palette. The palettes are also available, I believe, as well. So if you like look at these easy clean palettes, you can pick these up as well. So you sweep it in, nice and easy to blend. Let's pop some of that down at the bottom as well. When it comes to rich colours, you can use them nice and thick, pretty much, and you can just put your paint on so cleanly and smoothly. There we go. And then I'm just going to do one last background colour, then I want to show you the brushes in action. So what I want to do is take some violet. Natural violet is a lovely colour, works nice in sunsets. It kind of goes dark, yes. And we'll bring it in and then just kind of blend it down. You always get a bit of dark at the top of the sky. We'll do the same at the bottom because we're going to put some water down here later on, on this picture. So I'll bring that in. Now, quite often on a sky, you get these lovely sunsets. Now, if I pick up the medium brush from the set of 3, a bit of water on the brush, and what I'll do here is that I want to take a couple of colours on the brush at the same time. So that sounds a bit odd, but you'll see it in action. So on one side of the brush, we'll take some natural grey, which is very useful. On the other side, a very thick orange, which is the colour I've just been using, which of course is natural orange. And we'll take the 2 colours, nice and strong. And if I hold the brush up, you can probably see it's got kind of the 2 colours working there. So you've got the orange here, and then the grey. And it kind of holds it in place because of the spiky sort of properties. Now I'll lay it flat and twist, and it makes lovely clouds. But can you see that?
It's almost like you're dusting.
Yeah, so can you see that nice warmth coming through instantly? Love that. And then you can obviously do as many of these things as you like. This fan brush is a lovely shape for clouds. It's not just about painting trees, as I think a traditional fan brush is about painting trees, but here it's not. It's a modern take on the classic brush. Twist along. I'm just going to pop a smaller one. We've all seen these lovely sunsets. And then what I want to do is simply clean that brush really well and dry it. Now if we look at the brush, once I've dried it, we can see just how nice and spiky it is, can't we? And it's all random, designed that way. Now, quite often on skies, what you get is a little bit of distant rain coming down. Can you see I drag it?
Okay,
Does that make sense there? It's really effective to see that little bit. The brush gives these individual spikes, but we can also work with the brush kind of horizontally, and it will lift off some of the colour. Because it's natural, a natural hairbrush, it's going to lift out paint with no effort whatsoever. A synthetic brush will struggle to remove colour. This one's natural, so it takes the colour out, and you can see how it makes a lovely, beautiful, vibrant sunset.
So effective.
Works nice, don't it, yeah? Now, I'm going to let that dry, folks, but just have a look at those two colours, the warm colours, the grey, the gorgeous background colours that we've made a lovely sky. When that's dry, in a few minutes, we'll come back to it and we'll chuck in some nice landscape with some beautiful trees.
Wonderful, we will certainly do that, but I need to give you an update, folks. You've probably noticed the bottom of your screen, we've been busy on those phone lines, just to let you know that 3/4 of the stock have gone now. So if you're wanting to get hold of your fantastic techniques featuring those wonderful brushes that you are going to get included, then please do take advantage of this. Now, I have noticed you, or I've been told, should I say, because I can't notice because I'm stood here standing, but lots of you have been placing your orders for the brushes by themselves. Don't forget, for an extra £5 within the one-day special, you will get that DVD. Now, I don't know whether you're realising whether it's an accidental purchase, but if it was, please make sure you do get back in touch so as we can change your order. So rather than using the details at the screen, I wish we didn't even have to bring those details up, but it's just so as we can establish the value that you've got with your one-day special. So let's get rid of them. Go, shoo, shoo. Off they go. And we'll bring back something more useful, maybe like the paints or something like that. But if you're wanting to take advantage of the one-day special, the details are there. That £10 saving is well on the way to actually paying for your watercolour paints. In fact, if you go for the one-day special rather than just the brushes by themselves, add the paints in, you're pretty much ready to go then, aren't you? Because you've got your tuition, you've got your brushes, and of course you've got those fabulously formulated paints that Matthew works with. And this is where life is going to be made so much easier, because by not only having the paints of the right formulation, but having the brushes that do the job is key. But of course, when they come to you, they don't come with instructions, but you do have that tuition from Matthew. And Matthew has taught many people who don't think that they could possibly achieve it. With his DVDs, with his online classes and tutorials, it means that you can actually create just the same way as Matthew creates. Because you were self-taught in the beginning, weren't you?
I was. I just fancied having a go years ago, you know, and just kind of went from there, really.
I love it. So where did you draw your inspiration and your knowledge from?
From the home and where I lived, you know. I started out painting pictures of flowers in the garden, and then we were very lucky as children. My parents took us camping and sailing in places like Wales and Scotland, mountains, and that's kind of where all it comes from. And that's where I started painting, on camping and sailing holidays as a child.
Love it. So there you go. Maybe that's where you can draw your inspiration from. We are busy. We've got 4-minute queues on the phone line, so apologies for that. We are trying to clear those queues as quickly as we can. Might be worth you. There's lots of those in that sentence, wasn't there? So apologies for that. Lots of you, if you can jump onto the website, please do. So that's a way of securing your order and making sure that you are taking advantage of the one-day special deal that we've got for you. In fact, let's jump onto the website ourselves and see what else we can have a little nosy at, because it's all there. We've spoken about lots of different areas there, so again, more books you've got there, different tools that might help you as well. And of course, you'll notice those abbreviations, the SAA, popping up every so often. Well, quite a lot, because of course they get very much involved with Matthew's shows, and we've got the membership here available for you. Now, this is something where you've got an amazing deal on an amazing membership. We've got the details on your screen. Don't add it to your basket though. Go to your product details, just click on that, and it will take you to kind of like a bit of purple writing. Click on that, and then that will take you to the SAA website. Now, that's only 2 A's, not 3 A's, although it did sound like 3. That will take you direct to their website, because what they've done is they've set up a separate page for us to access, which means that you are going to get some bonus goodies purely by taking out your membership with Hochanda. And I know this is true because I've just paid my my daughter's £45 subscription, and she didn't get the goodies that we're getting here.
Shocking.
I know.
What you get is you say you should have joined through Hochanda. There you go.
Yeah. Should have done.
Being a member of the SAA, folks, it's not just about, you know, having these things delivered to your house. It's about being part of this world of art, you know, and that's what it is. It's everything from pastels right through to, you know, oil painting. It covers all mediums, does the SAA. It's the biggest it's the biggest worldwide art group. It's huge. It's got around 50,000 members, and if you join the SAA, you're going to get all these wonderful goodies. A subscription to Paint magazine for one, which is wonderful. It's full of articles. Lots of super artists write for this, including Mr. Palmer. There's all kind of step-by-step articles there. You get a book on watercolours as well here. That's included. That's a £9 book. You get these wonderful catalogues with member offers, free shipping discounts, loads of cool stuff in there. You get this welcome pack in a wonderful presented box will come to your door within a few days once you've got your membership. But in this modern world, you see, when I joined the SAA in the 90s, early 90s, there was no internet. Can you imagine a time without internet?
Yes.
Can you really?
Yeah. It's funny, isn't it? There was a time
amazing.
before internet.
There was no online world, but now we've got the SAA online world, which includes a massive video on demand section. So there's thousands of hours of tuition. I think there's around 70 or 80 hours of me on there. What more could you want?
Oh, there you go.
I'm a bit not Mr. Modest today, aren't I? So you get this online painting here, folks. Sorry. That's included in your membership. But if you join through Hochanda, through the purple link, not the add to basket, you're going to get this little bundle here as well, which includes a pack of 10 sheets of lovely watercolour paper. These two beautiful colours, which are part of my natural range, the skin tone light and dark, lovely for portraits, lovely for terracotta buildings, Mediterranean colours. And these brushes are stunning. You get these two brushes, a 6 and a size 2. These are the gold brushes, which means they're made from the premium sable hair. Wow. Which we've mentioned a few times over the years, but it's more expensive than gold in grammage. Yeah. It really is a premium product. That's free with your membership for a year, £45 for yourself, or a gift for somebody as well.
There you go, and it is a fabulous gift because it's one of those ones that you can dip into and dip out of throughout the whole 12 months. Now, of course, as we mentioned, there's a special way that you can get hold of those goodies. So I'm going to show you. You jump onto the website and then you simply click on the link that will take you to the details, as you can see there. Then you'll see that purpley pink right in there, SAA membership. Click on there, it will take you to their website. That's where they've set up this deal for you. So please do not add to your basket as you would do usually. Go to their website, complete the details there, and then, of course, your payment of £45 will be taken and all those fabulous goodies will be sent on their way too. And it certainly is worth taking advantage of to give you that kind of support and that inspiration to help you on your way. You'll also learn about using different kind of mediums, different products, and that's what we've got here. Something that's proven to be very, very popular earlier on. And I think this was probably popular not just with our watercolour artists or beginners of watercolour, but maybe as crafters as well, because stampers, we regularly use a masking fluid to kind of mask different elements, don't we? Well, just to let you know, what was the update? Half the stock has gone of this. My goodness, we have been busy for this. So obviously you've got your blue masking fluid that is within the little pot there. You've also got your mask away, so when you need to erase it and lift it away, you can do. And then, of course, you've got your brushes. Now, it's key that you use the right sort of brushes for these. You don't want to be using your best brushes. And these, because otherwise they end up a bit like kind of sticks otherwise if you're not careful. So you're going to get those three in there. But you've also got the masking fluid pen. This is interesting.
This is something that I've been trying to get manufactured for years. You know, I've been talking about it for a long time because masking fluid, as you rightly said, can ruin brushes, it can ruin your carpet, it can ruin your trousers. Because it's liquid rubber, it's liquid latex when it dries. Now this is masking fluid in a marker pen, so you can actually draw with it. So if you're trying to keep an area white, it's such a great idea and it works great. The mask away is really good as well, the square block, because if you put masking fluid on and you leave it on there for more than 3 or 4 days, it's very hard to take off. Well, that will get off stubborn masking fluid, that stuff.
Love it, there you go. Nice little bundle, that one. Very affordable at £13.99, 383,923 if you fancy popping that one into your baskets. Now, what have you got there to show us?
Well, I thought I'd just show you a few examples of some kind of techniques that you can sort of do with your new fan brushes that you're purchasing. So on a picture like this, which is like a snowdrop kind of woodland, it's really good not only for stippling in the white paint here, but also for doing the very simple tall grass of just kind of flicking it upwards, and it will just make them so easy. Because remember, that brush is not hairs of the same size, they're all very different size, even down to the stipples in the winter tree, and of course that ivy on there as well. So it's a really nice way of it's a very versatile brush. Now I'm just going to switch this one over because just behind is a painting that I did just after Christmas in the New Year, fireworks, something that seems very difficult to do, but these fan brushes, using white paint, mixing with a bit of colour, will get you these individual stripes of a firework. So you could practice those and do those really easily. And then here, of course, we talk quite a lot about waterfalls. It seems a good example of what these brushes can do, but these waterfalls here, that individual movement with that brush, so easy to do. You can do these effects with normal brushes, but you have to be so careful. You've got to splay the bristles, and it just works so much easier. And of course, all the stippling as well in the actual autumnal trees on this one. And then behind, finally, we've got this classic sort of seascape. I often talk about this as a good example of these brushes because the thousands of lines that are hanging around in that ocean have all been done with these kind of brushes, so it's very easy. And even the stipple, even the froth, the stipple, you know, really effective way of doing it, and it just makes your painting life so much easier. It really
Very
does.
very clever indeed. And of course those brushes are in your one-day special.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness, a quick update, 80% of the stock has gone of the one-day special now, so if you're wanting to get hold of it, please do not leave it too long. The details are there on your screen. But of course we left your painting drying, so
Yes.
is it dry?
So it's nice and dry. We're painting a bit of landscape and a bit of seascape kind of stuff at this point. So what I want to do is actually use a piece of scrap paper here. This is what I've made a few sort of sketches on for my paintings that I'm doing during the show. I have thought about this really. I'm going to pop this line on here, and using the medium brush, in fact using the small brush I think would work nice for this, because the small brush has got the finest edge, okay? So very easy to go in and paint in some distant hills, and using the straight edge of course. I'm going to do a bit of a Caribbean sort of sunset here. And of course, you get mountains.
Just do that now.
Or think of sort of like Hawaii with all the volcanoes that are hanging around, and so I want to pop that in very simply. But it's amazing that you can get clean edges. And then I want to make the colour darker. That colour, by the way, is natural grey, which is part of the pick and mix. I want to stipple to get some darkness along the edge, because there's always going to be bits of activity along the base of these distant areas. And it's interesting to see how paintings kind of develop. And we were talking at the start of the show before we went live about these virtual workshops, and I've been teaching these since lockdown came in last year, because normally I sort of travel the country doing these, you know, these painting workshops, meeting groups of people, and of course all that just all of a sudden just went away. So
Matthew.
it just disappeared, didn't it, all of a sudden?
It did all of a sudden. Can I just very quickly,
Yes.
and I'm sorry to interrupt, I
fine.
really do apologise.
No, it's fine.
This is important because we've got two people who have added their SAA membership into their basket. That is not the way to take advantage of it. You won't get those additional bits and pieces. So if I am talking to you, I hope we've caught you in time. Don't click the add to basket button that you can see there. Go to your full product details. Then second line down, you can see click here for SAA membership. That is where you need to click to take advantage of that membership. So if you are one of those two people on the website at the moment trying to take out your membership, this is the way to do it in order for you to get those additional brushes and of course those 2 tubes of paint. Please, 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 I hope we've caught you in time. So yeah, do check out your order that way by clicking that link. Sorry Matthew, you were saying about your online classes and tutorials.
Yeah, so it's opened up a whole new world, as we said at the beginning. So pretty much every weekend I'm teaching live virtual workshops where I'm painting live in your home, and you can see me but I can't see you.
So what are you doing the weekend?
So this Sunday, which is the 24th, we're doing a Owl by Moonlight. So if you want to have a go at that, get yourself onto www.watercolour.tv, click on the workshop tab. We've got a few spaces left. It's a lovely way to spend a day. Even if you just watch it, you can watch it back later. It's a great way.
You don't have to sit in the moonlight when you're painting. It's the owl that's in the moonlight,
no, it's on
not
Sunday
you.
morning at 10 a.m, so
That's
you're fine.
all right then. You're not in the moonlight. It's the owl.
The painting is owl in moonlight, basically, and it's a lovely way of
Lovely.
spending the day.
Fabulous.
Total and utter escapism, and that's exactly what this is, and that's exactly what the SAA is all about as well. If you remember, it keeps the artistic juices flowing through the veins. Right, so I've just given that a quick blast with the dryer. I'm going to be using the large brush here. I'm going to pop some waves, some lines into the water here. So I'm just going to use natural grey. It's the essential colour. It's the one that started the journey for me into having my own colours, because it's all about creating shadows. And water is made up of just hundreds of little lines. Now, to paint them manually is a bit of a challenge, but with these brushes, of course, it's quite a simple thing just to sort of drag it across. And having horizontal lines in water creates depth. Can we see those sort of random ripples that we've added there, very simply? And you can even be a bit more creative with these, because you can start to get some ups and downs in the foreground.
It's a clever design brush as well, because I had to go with one of these at 8 o'clock, or during the 8 o'clock show this morning, and it's almost like you've got multiple sides to the brush because of the way that you've kind of designed it, Matthew. You've got obviously the shorter edges to the fan, and you've got the curve of the fan, but when you're using it almost like stippling, you've got again another kind of result with them.
Yeah, so it was important when we did the brush that it was not only a fan that is random, but it's wide. It's hard to probably see that on the screen, but it's about 1/4 inch, even more than that, wide. So it does work as a stippling brush as well, and it makes painting so much easier. Because if you buy a fan brush from a shop, it's not going to do this for you. You know, it's a very
shallow,
different
aren't
thing.
they?
Yeah, they're very thin and flimsy kind of things, and the edges are very like a perfect oval shape.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to pop a few more little ripples up here, actually, just a few little bits of... You can see how that water's got a bit of movement to it. It's kind of going up and down here. To paint hundreds and thousands of little lines, you know, it's not the most enjoyable thing to do, but with this brush it's relaxing and quite an enjoyable
And
thing.
also, I mean, I wouldn't even attempt it as a novice, because you just haven't got the confidence, but the brushes will help you do it.
Well, when they suggested that the presenters had a go at painting.
Yes, who was that person?
Who's to blame for that one? Yeah,
Yeah,
it was.
I'll track them down.
With confidence, I know that with these brushes, I can push you a little bit further in what you do, because I know you're going to get the results.
Yeah.
And no pressure again.
No pressure at all.
So just a touch stronger here, just to pop in a little bit of extra. And what I'm going to do here, folks, is give that another few seconds to dry off, and then we'll come back and paint some wonderful silhouetted trees on this picture in some detail. But it just needs a couple of minutes to dry.
That'll give me enough time to give you guys a bit of an update. Over 80% of the stock has gone. It's been an incredibly popular one-day special. Some of you might not have seen the launch last night because, of course, Sunday evening, maybe you were elsewhere doing other things. And lots of you have got involved during this hour, which I am really pleased about because it is such a brilliant value bundle. If you're wanting to get hold of this particular set anywhere else, well, you can't, because it's exclusive to us here at Hochanda. What we've got is a bundle which is made up of those fabulous brushes, and as I said, I had to go with these earlier on, and I went straight in with my finished, well, trying to do my finished artwork, but I think if you have a little practice with these, you will see you've got a much wider brush. As Matthew quite rightly said, the development and the design of these brushes mean that they're going to hold a lot of paint. So of course you've got the ability to use the flat side of the brush, as we saw Matthew work with, the edge of the brush there, and then the stippling. So it's almost like you've got a 3-in-1 with these particular brushes, but the fact that they hold so much paint within those bristles means it is nice and easy for you to get your flow. You don't have to keep going and refilling your paintbrush. Of course, alongside it, if you want to get the brushes by themselves, they are available £24.55, but for an extra £5 you are going to get that DVD. Now you've got 45 minutes worth of Matthew showing you how to create a couple of projects, so straight away you're going to be creating some finished projects using that DVD, but also loads and loads of different techniques and ideas of how to use them and how to get the most out of them, and I'm sure you will find many more of those of your own as well. So 915573. I think it's the fact that you're looking over Matthew's shoulder, so you can see what he's doing. You can see the amount of paint, the colour of the paint that he's applying, and how he's building up that design and structuring it. But he uses those brushes in so many different ways, whether it's the sky, whether it's palm trees, whether it's fur, and that is the quality of the brush and the adaptability creativity that you've got from it. And I think you agree that when you look at the artwork that we've got in the studio here, so many different styles. I mean, whether it's a landscape or whether it's a seascape or whether it's a case that you're creating beautiful florals, things like cherry blossoms and wisterias and bluebells. We saw all of those featuring in the last hour. And the waves, I mean, the effect that you get, the realism that you get, absolutely phenomenal. It's no wonder we are so busy for this one. Details on your screen there, 915573, but don't forget over 80% of the stock has gone of this one. We've got another hour and a half of live shows to share with you before this goes up in price at 6 o'clock this evening, so please do not miss out on that deal. Matthew, you're going to come back to you now.
Yeah, we're nice and dry now, so I want to put some detail into this picture now, and I want to bring in that little bit extra, you know, that little bit of sort of kind of silhouetted detail that you'd expect to see on a sunset. If you photograph a sunset, you'll always see everything is nice and almost blacked against the picture. But in watercolours, we don't like to use black because it's too dark, so we use grey. So natural grey is the colour for this. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the small brush again. And again, I've got natural grey, quite strong. And then we're going to take some natural brown as well. Again, both available in pick and mix if you like them. Taking the piece of card again here, right, so I'm going to pop it just about there for the second. And again, using these colours quite strong, I'm going to go up and a little bit of stipple, and even put some little grasses on. See the little grasses? So actually sort of stippling the colour in. So imagine this is a bit of a, you know, a bit of sort of land or something here. But look how you can paint grasses with it. And of course I'm using the colours really strong here because we want it to be nice and dark against the sunset. I'm just going to take that off for the second, and what I'll do, make sure there's nothing down the back of that card, I'm going to bring it a little bit lower and do a little bit more of the same. Some more sort of grasses, nice and strong. Just a little bit of water in the brush will do you here.
So are you pulling that down towards the card?
Yeah, you can
away?
go up. Sometimes up will give you more random. You can see that's more random. Mm-hmm. But really anything goes.
Okay.
There we go. And we'll take that off again. And then we'll just do a little tiny piece just down here. Just say there's like a bit of land or something there in the corner. Now I would like to reflect that as well. So for that, I want to dry the brush off. I've not cleaned it, I've just dried it off. I want to drag it down so it gives that little bit of a reflection again. One of the first things that I wanted the brush to do when we first got the first samples was I wanted animal fur and reflections, because two things that people have problems with, you know. Mm-hmm. So a little bit of downward reflection is always nice.
It's amazing.
On the picture. Nice and strong. If I grab a plastic card, I can actually pop in a few little, or even a fingernail. You can pop in some little lighter grasses.
Okay.
Just by scraping off. Magic. And then I want to paint in some palm trees. Kind of suits the scene. So that's a big dark chunk. We're going to make it look more interesting. And again, using the colour quite strong here, we'll start off by painting in a slight curved line. Now you're the expert on palm trees, are you?
Oh, far from it. I've only ever painted one in my life, and I chose to do it on live TV.
Doing it in style, eh? Just a slight drag to one side, and then we're going to bring in some of the fronds.
But I think it's just a confidence thing, isn't it? I mean, obviously, when you've got your watercolour card, and I mean, I wouldn't be afraid to have another go at it and try it, because it's practice, isn't it?
It's practicing, yeah, it is practicing, yeah. Bring that one up. A little bit taller here. I'm slightly dragging the brush to the side, it gives a bit of texture. And then, that one's a nice kind of tall one. Bringing it over, dragging it down here as well.
I know we can't visit the exhibitions and things like that, but I mean, a couple of times I've taken part in one of Matthew's classes at the NEC when we've been there, my daughter as well, and it is fabulous, the way that he teaches us. I mean, you can see here, this has all been done with, is it 2 brushes in total from the one day special?
So I've used the large, the small and the medium, and kind of alternated between them. It's a large for the sky, medium for the clouds, large for the waves, and now we're into the small one.
But isn't that phenomenal to think that the brushes that you've got within the one day special are all you need, with the tuition, obviously, that you're going to get from Matthew, but using them in their different angles, the different ways you're going to work with these, because, of course, the bristles on these ones have got that fabulous, it's almost like a hedgehog appearance, as Matthew described it earlier on. Very full, so, of course, you're going to be able to load them up with those paints to get those different effects. And as Matthew has shown us, using the different sides of the brush, that's the clever design of this, and that's why Matthew's got involved with the actual design of these, to mean that you can really maximise them and use them in so many different areas. So obviously it's a fan brush, so you've got that fan shape to it, but it's the density of those bristles. You've got loads within there. As you can see, they're really good thickness there, so they're going to hold that paint. But then you've got the flatness, so if you're wanting to paint with it and use that area, you can do. You can use that side, or as Matthew's been showing us with the stipples there, all within that brush. And it's one fluid action moving between the different ones. It's not suddenly thinking, right, okay, I've got to put that one down and I've got to pick that one up, and different brushes, they're all there, all with that fabulous design on there, and of course all part of your one day special. Very, very busy for the one day special. 915573. I mean, this silhouette that you're creating here, Matthew, I mean, you have a look at this, looks absolutely amazing. Look at that.
It's nice to see the palm trees, and I'm quite a fan of palm trees. I like painting them, but normally you'd paint each individual leaf, I suppose you'd call it, one at a time, but with this brush you can do it just with a little sort of downward stroke, as it were. And it works lovely, you know, we can beef it up a little bit, really dead effective. I'm just making things look nice and sat. And I want to reflect these two, because those two are close to water, the smaller two. So what I want to do there is just sort of dry the brush on a bit of kitchen paper and just sort of drag the brush down.
So again, taking it into that water
Bring it into the water, so it's got that slight reflection to it.
Okay.
And then what I want to do in a second, I'm going to give this one more dry, and then I can finish it off. But before I do that, I'm just going to add some very dark, think of the water being very dark in the evening, obviously, and I'm adding some shadows to those waves by just creating the ups and downs. And this is the same colour I've just used for the palm trees there. Obviously, if you're replacing the colours from darks into greens and browns, you can actually produce quite effective and realistic looking palm trees, obviously in daylight, as it were, you know, as opposed to in the sunset. You kind of get lost in the world when you're painting, you know.
It's fascinating to watch it all coming together.
You're totally on a different zone when you're painting. Now I need to give that a bit of a dry, and we'll come back to it and finish it off, okay?
Okay, fabulous.
If that works.
Oh my goodness, we are so busy. So busy. Lots of you, I think, realising that, yeah, why not give it a go? I mean, it's such a small investment, isn't it, for you to try out what could be potentially a brand new area of crafting for you. So much so that we are now in an approaching limited stock situation. What you've got within this set is the 3 fantastic brushes, as you can see there. The large, the medium and the small, all coming to you within the one day special. But you're not left on your own with those brushes. They're new brushes to you, potentially, that you're going to be learning how to create with, and that's why Matthew has included that fabulous techniques DVD. It's not just about the techniques though, there are 2 projects in there, so over that 45 minutes you will learn lots of different skills enabling you to use these. And when you're kind of using and exploring those different techniques, I'm sure that you will think of many more to come. And this is the key thing, as you saw there when Matthew was doing that design, using the very dark tones there to create those grasses and the elements of the palm trees. I'm sure you, like me, were looking at it thinking, gosh, it looks so fluffy, it could be like fur. Well, again, change out those colours, and again, you will get those results. The palm trees, using the greens, the natural greens that we've got, the natural green and the natural green light, I believe, we have got in the pick and mix at the bottom of this screen. Those are the two greens that will help you create these fabulous images that we've seen, not only in the studio, but also on the DVD. And of course, the beauty is you take those skills. I mean, these were the same skills that we saw just a few moments ago from Matthew, but rather keeping those darker tones, use the lighter tones, the fluffiness, the texture that he was bringing in. Again, that could be replicated in this image that we've got here coming up with the tiger. The fluffiness of the fur, as you can see there, every one little strand and fibre of that fur has been replicated using that fabulous brush. Very clever. And the whiskers as well, this is something else, adding the whiskers. I mean, that looks like it's been done with a very, very fine detail brush, but no, it's down to the quality of the brush that you've got. Things like your clouds as well, so much. I mean, here with the Northern Lights, how amazing does this look? But again, the trees, the reflection in the water, the flow of the water, all done with those brushes. 915573. If you're wanting to take advantage of your one-day special, I hope you're going to be doing it quickly. We're going to go back over to Matthew. How have you got on over there, Matthew?
Good. So this is just about ready to finish off. I just want to show you a few more examples, you know,
Perfect.
what you can do with the brushes. So here is a little vignette, really, of like a sort of seascape. And on this one, what I've done is I've used the fan brushes to spend quite a lot of time doing this sort of lapping water, just as we've done here. But then also, I've actually used white paint and stippled in the froth, the spray, and even the waves by dragging the brush down like a waterfall with a white paint. It really works well in your seascapes. Pop that one to one side. Here's a little bit of a scene of like a Sherwood Forest kind of thing, you know, and this one I've used it not only in the trees but also for creating silver birch trees. Look at the lines and stripes that you can see in the bark of those actual trees there. So very versatile. And at the back here is a more adventurous, let's say, version of what I've just painted here.
Oh, wow.
Again, perfect for the clouds, the water, the ripples. Look at all the horizontal lines in the water. And of course, you've got the palm trees as well. So you can spend quite a bit of time actually working on those brushes, and even stippling in the bushes at the back. It really is a very effective technique. Now, this one doesn't want a huge amount to finish it off, but what I'm going to do is take a craft knife, quite a sharp one, and around here I want to scrape off some very vivid light in the water. Now I'm physically cutting the paper here. Makes a lovely sound, makes your teeth itch. But you bring it in, and I always think on a picture it's always worth taking the masking tape away, because it just looks clean and crisp. It's like putting a frame on the picture when you take the tape away. I always think. I know it's not the same as a frame, but I always think it looks nice and clean, especially on a picture that's quite dark like this one, because it just nicely gives a beautiful crisp border. And what I'll do is I'll just pop that at the back so it doesn't fall, but you can see how that's made a nice,
that looks
you know,
amazing.
a simple, quick watercolour demo, but just using today's brushes. Think about what we did with this. We put the sky in, we did the two-tone cloud, we put the rain, we put the highlights, we did the water, the mountains. The whole thing was done with the one-day special, and it really made, if you just painted that and you'd spent £30 on the brushes, I think you'd be happy.
Oh,
I mean,
my
what price
goodness,
is a workshop, you know?
Definitely.
It's like £50 to attend a workshop day, you know. So to actually produce this, you know, it's like I said, it opens your eyes to the world.
Well, this is it, and don't forget, all of the paintings that Matthew's been sharing with us are kind of bonus projects as well. They're bonus classes and tutorials. So make sure that you go back and watch the 5 live hours. They'll be there on Rewind when you get your one-day special. Go back and have a little look. So 6 o'clock last night on the 17th of January, 6 o'clock you'll be able to actually watch that first show. The second show was at 8 o'clock in the evening, and that show was repeated throughout the night. And then, of course, we came back live at 8 o'clock this morning. And then, of course, course, we're doing our midday show today. There's another show coming up at 4 o'clock where we will see more with regards to these ones. But I will warn you, at this stage of play, we are now limited in stock with regards to the one-day special. Of course, it's a fabulous one-day special brought to you with the endorsement of Matthew and all his knowledge that he's gained over the years. And, of course, those fabulous brushes he's developed. He's put these brushes together with regards to these. And, of course, it's kind of like a fusion. It's not just our Matthew, it's the fabulous SAA getting involved with this as well. And, of course, they support Matthew, Matthew supports them, and in turn it supports us when we are creating and learning how to do our watercolour pieces as well. So 915-573 if you're wanting to get hold of your one-day special with your 3 brushes, and then, of course, you've got that fabulous DVD. Now, of course, I mentioned the SAA. I'm going to get Matthew to give us a little bit brief with regards to the SAA in just a few moments. And this is something that you need to be careful how you're taking out your membership to ensure you're going to get the goodies. So there you go. You click on the product and it will take you to the page. You need to just click on full product details. Don't click on the add to basket button. You need that purpley pink writing, as you can see there. Click here for SAA membership. Click on there and it will take you to their website. That's where you'll be able to get those bonus goodies that they've added into the membership bundle because you're ordering through Hochanda. So if you don't go that way, you won't get those goodies. And what goodies have we got, Matthew?
So you've got your year's membership here, folks, for £45 via the link, as we just said. But if you join through that, you get a little bit extra, well, quite a lot extra, because as well as getting your year's membership with your magazine, subscription to paint 6 times a year, wonderful glossy mag just for artists, book on watercolours, which is great. You get the catalogue and the members' special catalogue with discounts and various other offers for members. And you get that entire online world, video on demand, loads and loads of hours, hundreds and thousands of hours actually of video on demand, all the different mediums. You get sort of that, think of the famous online streaming services with a big red N, that's one. There's one that starts with a P as well, I believe, as well.
There's a few, yeah.
If you think about that, you get that for art, basically.
Yeah.
We're also going to give you this bonus watercolour pack here, which has got 10 sheets of SAA watercolour paper in there included. And we're going to give you these 2 colours, you can see them just there. These are the skin tones. So colours that I've designed for replicating skin tones, light and dark shades, and also great for terracotta, beautiful for sunsets. And I've got to say, I'm just going to pop these here for you so you can see them there. Those 2 lovely brushes, a size 6 gold brush, which is a lovely pointy brush, and a rigger brush. My favourite brush, normal brush, generic brush if you like,
yes,
is going to be that number 6 brush there. That's my brush of choice, and people that know me, that work on the virtual workshops, know that I use it all the time. So a lovely little kit, as well as all these wonderful goodies and access to the world of the SAA, which is a wonderful place to be.
Love it. Now, if you want to get hold of your membership and you want to do it the Hochanda way to get those additional goodies, then this is what you need to do. If you're shopping online, you jump onto the website with the item details that we've just given you, and you can see, and when you look at the product details, it will actually give you a link that you need to click on. It's the second line down where it says click here. Just follow those instructions, click on there, and it will take you to the SAA website, where they've set up a special page for you as a Hochanda customer to take advantage of those bonus goodies that Matthew's just mentioned there. So it's something that you can take advantage of, and as I say, it's a yearly membership, so yeah, a fabulous bundle that you are getting for getting involved. Of course, if you're wanting to get yours, then it might be that you're getting hold of that, and then you are coming back and getting your one-day special, because again, Matthew is giving you the tuition, the techniques and the know-how to create 2 fabulous projects with regards to these. So what you're getting within your one-day special? Well, you're getting your DVD to start with, so you are going to be able to take Matthew home with you, bring him into your home, and he's going to teach you how to create using these wonderful, fantastic brushes. Now, it's the first time that we've seen these brushes here at Hochanda. You've got 3 of them, your small, your medium and your large, and you'll be able to use them in a variety of different ways to get a variety of different techniques very quickly and easily. That's what he's told me anyway. And we will see in just a few moments, because I'm actually sitting down at our area, our guinea pig area, we like to call this one. I did call it the chair of doom earlier on, but it's not really the chair of doom, is it? Because it's the chair of fun, because we're going to learn. So what am I learning this time, Matthew?
The chair of pleasure. There you go, that's a better one. That can go so many ways. Now what we're going to do is we're going to paint a little tree, because that's a nice little thing to do for 5 or 10 minutes. So let's grab the medium fan brush.
And it's easy because earlier on I was struggling, then I realised it's actually written on the brush.
Yeah, I always say if you're not sure which one it is, it tells you on it. So
Okay.
they've got the actual sizes on these things as well, which is really good. So we've got the medium one, which is about 1.5 inches by about 1/8 of an inch deep. So again, nice for stippling and all sorts of different things as well. Give it a rinse in the water and give it a bit of a shake off the drips. Shake the drips off.
Okay.
The men do that slightly better, apparently, shaking drips off. Did you know that? Yep, plenty of practice. Sorry. It's only lunchtime. Give it a gentle shake, and what we'll do is we'll have a look in the palette. You've got 2 greens, hopefully, there, Hayley. You've got the light green and the dark green. Now, what I want to do is I want to take light green on one side of the brush. Now, I don't know whether you can see my palette there from where you're sat, because we are at a good distance here, aren't we?
We are, yeah.
Social distance painting, this is the
It is
future.
practically in the next building, really.
Yeah. So, light on one side, and you can probably see that I've got light on one side of the brush. And then on the other side of the brush, I want to put some dark on as well. So it's going to be a 2-tone brush, okay?
Okay. Do they need to meet in the middle, those paints?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
You know, give or take. Fairly strong with your colours.
Okay.
But what I'm doing is I'm kind of stroking it in the palette, if you can see that there. So it's getting the colour in. If I give that a bit of a tilt, you can see it nice and clear there.
Right, okay.
So it's got dark on one side, light on the other. And if you look at the brush here, you can see it's like a camouflage brush.
Okay.
There's something you can never find in an art shop, a camouflage brush, eh? So you've got your 2 colours, and then hopefully your brush is 2-tone. Is it 2-tone?
It is 2-tone.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And then what we'll do is we'll put the brush. So if you want to sort of look how I'm kind of holding the brush here,
Yeah.
I'm sort of holding it almost flat, if you like, with the fan. Pop it flat to the paper and just going to stroke it very slowly from side to side. And I just love how it puts in the shadow, just instantly gives you that sort of tree shape. Look at the beautiful mixture.
Oh, no, I think my brush might be a little bit too wet. Does that matter?
No, that works. I'm happy with that. Good. That works.
Is that okay?
Yeah. That's fine, yeah, brilliant. And then what we'll do is we'll pop that brush away.
Okay.
And we'll pick up the larger one, so the biggest one here, which is the best one for stippling because it's quite a broad brush at its top edge, about 1/4 inch wide. Nice and clean. And then this time what we'll do is we'll give it a bit of a tap on some kitchen paper so it's not soaking, but it's just damp, basically.
Okay.
And I want to stick that brush into the dark green, into the blob of dark green, and mix it into the brush and stipple it. So it's just the darker green. Again, remember these colours are available in the pick and mix. Natural green and green light, designed for replicating trees. So quite a strong dark green, and if you look at the brush there, you can see how it's all sort of all nice and spiky, because I've stippled it. And the more aggressive you are with that brush, the better, because the more it goes, you know, like
now
a spiky.
I'm aggressively going to jump in, Matthew. The reason being, I've got some information that I need to give you. It's not going to be any surprise to any of you guys, but technically the one-day special has now sold out. Yeah, thank you to everybody that's got involved. You will not be disappointed. Now, we kind of preempted this, so we have had a chat with the SAA, and we have managed to get hold of some more. They are going to be on extended delivery, though, so just bear that in mind, but you can still get hold of it. They're dispatched on the 28th, so we've got 10 days extended delivery with regards to those. But if you did miss out on the immediate dispatch, then please don't be too disheartened. You can still get hold of it. Just be aware of that slight delay with regards to these. Okay, Matthew?
Wonderful. So well done to people that got those. And just have some fun, experiment with them, try all the different techniques. And remember that you can use these brushes for any medium. It's not just about watercolours. You can do acrylics, oils and gouache, of course. Any art medium, you've cracked it.
Fabulous.
Gentle
just to let you know, we've only got a couple of minutes left, Matthew.
Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to stipple around the side of the tree and over the top of the tree, gently.
Okay.
And it puts leaf on. So it turns it into that nice open sort of tree, as you can probably see there.
Mine's a bit...
See that nice open sort of fluffy kind of tree.
I think mine might have been a little bit wet.
So if you tap off the excess on a bit of tissue and really squash your brush so it goes all spiky, and then just that, as you can see here, gentle little taps around it, and it just gives that nice little bit of, well, It's a tree without a trunk at this point, basically.
Oh, we're down to seconds, Matthew. Oh, my goodness. 20 seconds left. Now, Matthew's going to... I don't know who's your guinea pig in the next hour. Do you know, Matthew?
I've got no idea, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Oh, it's not going to be me.
Any volunteers?
You have to teach me after the hour. Make sure you come back at 4 o'clock, though, because, of course, you will be able to take advantage of that one-day special. I wonder who's presenting next time. Oh, I was just getting into that. Oakwood Archer. Oh, I'm looking forward to this hour with our lovely Karen. Very busy last hour with her funky needlework. Coming up after that with some fabulous things before we see Viva Decor back here.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Calling all crafters, this is a Hochanda announcement. We would like to inform you that our Hochanda buying crew have been busy searching for incredible brand new products and show ideas to inspire and stimulate all your crafty senses. So, watch out for Rosie's Designs, Stitching Finger Kits, Janie's Originals, Emmeline Bags, Counting the Stars, Beck Makes, Bergen and Bath, Gale Pan Designs, and Penguin Palace. We will be checking in our latest new product arrivals from 6 p.m. on Thursday the 21st of January. Gates close at 6 p.m. on Wednesday the 27th of January. So, join us on board flight Hochanda Air for our new arrivals event.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar, and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
It's been in quarantine. Hello and welcome. Marvellous to have your company today. Yeah, we like that, don't we? Cheeky bit of VT, it's called.
It's very, very nice.
Posh, innit? Posh, Karen.
Lovely, I liked it.
Now, we had a very busy show earlier on. I like them because as we were chatting before, the everything, A, coordinates with the last range that was out, but B, you can make quick, easy cards that look, they've got impact.
Yes.
Or you can really get carried away with them and create fantastic journal pages, which you've been doing as well.
I know.
So, and it's that flexibility, isn't it?
It is, yes. That's it's a brilliant range. I've loved working with it. The girls have loved working it. You can see with a number of samples that they've actually done.
Yeah, yeah.
And even Cheryl had finished hers. I'd picked them all up, and then she phoned me up. I only live a couple of miles away. She phoned me up. She says, if you be outside my house in half an hour, there'll be a box outside with some more in. So she'd gone even further. But yes, there was so much that they could do. They were just ran out of time.
Yeah.
But a butterfly's a butterfly. It's
standard.
It's standard.
It's one of those that's ridiculously handy, isn't it? Because we can use butterflies for so many different cards.
Yeah. Yeah, anything from congratulations down to sympathy, down to birthdays, down to anniversaries, two butterflies together at a wedding. A butterfly's an essential one.
Yeah, it
but
is.
when you get a butterfly that matches the stamp and you can cut it out so it matches perfectly and you can still mat it and match it perfectly, that's when you've got what I would say a good versatile stamp.
Me too.
Yeah.
I mean, what you did earlier on, you know, stamping on the vellum.
Yeah.
That just looked beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
It blew me away when it actually did it. You know, because obviously speaking with Stuart, and I said we needed something that would match. And when they brought the dragonfly matches, and then this matches, and it blew me away, and it was like, I'm going to try that in vellum because I can't parch. But I can look like I can parch.
It gives it a right good pretend part.
Yeah, it does.
OK, we have got a lot of beautiful dies. There's so much on the show. Get ahead of us. Have a look on the website. But brand new today, the frame. And this was busy in the first hour. It's such a nice big die. And the detail is wonderful. So you get your outside edge, which will give you the beautiful doily. You then get in that inside cutting edge. So it means you can create either a full doilet with the centre panel already in place, or you can cut it out so you've got a gorgeous frame, or of course you can use this one to mat and layer. You've then got the next layer down that is really pretty. It reminds me of like the embroidery anglaise my mum used to use for clothes back in the day.
You mean bottom of our skirts?
Yeah. A little embroidery anglaise.
When you grew, you always ended up with a frill.
Yeah. Extra one, extra layer, then a rah-rah skirt. You've got the beautiful layers, but you can mat and layer twice more because you've got those as well. You've also got the beautiful butterfly. Now that is an embossed butterfly. They die cuts the shape, but then embossed detail in, which looks really pretty. And then you have got the two borders. So with your borders, you have got that beautiful sort of circle border that looks like a little faux chain there, and then the lovely little butterflies. I mean, this is such a handy set of dies, because again, you can do loads with it, and it's a good size. I mean, you could literally be making shape cards out of this one. Beautiful for doing all your layers. There's so many different things, and I like that you've got your different butterfly on there as well, because that solid butterfly is lovely. And even if you're just cutting out your background, I mean, that's a beautiful doily. This is such a handy set of dies to have, isn't it, Karen? Oh, and again, such a good price. And if I open that up, look, ta-da! Lovely. And I like this because this is actually using, this should be the waist really, but it's created a really pretty aperture. Yeah, it's a cracking die set, this one, Karen. And I bet you've liked using it. I bet it's one of those you've found loads of uses for, isn't it?
There's still loads I can find out more. There's the ones here at the side, they took me an hour and a half to do, but that was to focus on the die. For the full set, I got 3 different shades. Unfortunately, the pink that I've got's not on the show, but you'll always find it on the website. Yeah. And I took some black, some of the pink, some of the deeper pink, and the cream. And that's a full set, an hour and a half. I don't make cards that quick.
Yeah, and it looks. See what I love about that? It's got impact. I think because of the colours you've used, bringing the black in, but the butterfly gives a really big. It's a nice big butterfly. But then I absolutely adore that you've got all the frames. The frames again, it's impact because they're not small cards, and they absolutely fill the card because of that frame.
They're all A5 cards. Yeah, I've not put any backs on them. I've not backed them onto cards. Because, as you know, we have storage to deal with afterwards. But
no, they
just
good.
Went together. And I was watching a film, and I messaged Mum. I says, I've made 6 cards in an hour and a half. She says, how have you done that? I says, I don't know. That everything just went together.
Yeah,
and it was
looks
so
good.
It was easy.
Yeah.
It was
they
easy.
do look beautiful. A lot of the bases are that frame, so if you do want that frame, £12.99 is your price. 618480. Now, we have got a different happy hour for this hour. Talking a little butterflies. These are your stupendous butterflies. Now, I know it's not the same kind of style, if you will, but butterflies will match, you know, they will go. These are beautiful stamps, and we'd love a little bit of stampendous, don't we?
I like a lot of stampendous.
Yes,
not a little bit, a lot.
A lot of stampendous.
They've been on before. People that do your splatter backgrounds, your blended backgrounds, they go beautifully.
Yeah, I like them. They're really pretty.
And they're very natural. They are very true to form.
Quite realistic, aren't they?
Realistic, yeah.
You're getting 9 stamps there. Now, for this hour, you're getting that set of stamps for £9.99. Already busy here. Should be £14.99, so it's a cracking deal. 481407 is your item number. So, the dies. Now, because everything's mixing and matching, we've now got the beautiful butterfly die. And as we were saying, butterflies are one of those that you'll use time and time again. You can see you've got your outside edge and then you've got your butterfly. You've got your smaller butterfly and then you've got your beautiful little flower there. And this is one of those images. Because it's such a nice big image, I mean, when you look at that, I love that. Because you really don't need much, using the right colours, but then that absolutely takes the focus, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That looks really strong.
Yeah. Put a nice strap on that, you've got a beautiful bag. Do it as a box, put it onto a box. It goes together so quickly, but it's focal, and
it looks fabulous.
It makes your crafting very easy and very quick.
Yeah, I love it. It really does stand out. The other thing about the little butterfly is it's symmetrical, so you can do 3D butterflies really easily.
Yes, yeah.
So that's going to sit on top of here, isn't it?
It does. I've sat it on top of there, but it wasn't made for on top of there. It was just the same colour cardstock. However, when you start three-dimensional them, you get a little gap in the middle.
Yeah.
You get some of those skewers, put them in there. Garden parties.
Oh yeah, how pretty.
Onto straws for children's parties.
I'm thinking of, you know, a fishing wire so you can hang them up.
So you can hang them up, yes. But you do get that little gap in the middle because that's just natural anyway. But they go together beautifully.
They really do. And that's the solid butterfly, the outer butterfly, and then obviously the delicate butterfly. Obviously on the box, if I say obviously again, on the box we have got the smaller butterfly that you're also getting in this section. Now the actual stamp works perfectly with your butterflies, so if you are going for your die cut, highly recommend getting the stamp. If you do want your die cuts, only £12.99. Really like these. It's a beautiful big die there. 759085 is your item number. See, that looks fabulous, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The colours on that are just gorgeous.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. And then that big butterfly there on the actual box itself, stunning. Really
Makes
cool.
them gifts as well, doesn't it?
And then you've got the thingy border from words. You've got the border as well, and that's from the first die set with the frames. Okay, next, so the stamp. The stamp matches the die, and what I love about this, it stamps directly inside the die, because what you were doing earlier on with the beautiful parchment looks so impressive. I really like that.
And really easy. If you cut a piece out and use a stamping block, or even if you can over that as well, can't you? You can over. Yeah. Because it fits, you put the die back in and it's beautiful.
Yeah, really effective. Obviously the standalone, that's something I love about this set.
Yeah.
You know, that you don't have to get the die to make this work. You don't have to get the stamp to make the die work.
No.
They're utterly standalone, and I think that's really important because it maximises the value for money, doesn't it?
Yes, certainly.
And I love that one, because you do get the smaller butterfly, but the smaller butterfly is equally beautiful. I do love these, because you've got, with that one, obviously you did the other one where it were all flat, but then where it's actually decoupage, which looks so effective. And look at that. And this is the thing, it's got nice, big, open spaces for you to colour in.
And to draw in.
Yeah.
And to do your...
doodles.
Mine oodling.
I don't know. Have we got a Zentangle been given a different name?
Yes, because Zentangle, you see, it's trademarked, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Look at that. So that's in the bigger die, but then actually stamping in it, which just looks so effective. Now, if you do want to get hold of this, again, it all works together beautifully. Only £11.99. You are getting 3 stamps there, and that butterfly is a really nice big stamp. £11.99. 736802 is your item number. Now, to mix and match with all our beautiful butterflies and with the frame, we've got the dragonfly. Now, you may have seen this before, or of course it might be completely new to you, and it is all part of the wings and things, because we've got loads of wings and things. But this is beautiful, the dragonfly. You've got the drop shadow, if you will, so the background die, and then you've got the detailed die. You've also got the smaller dragonfly, and then the little flower as well. And there's a lot of detail in this. Like, if I just pick that up, look, you can see the beautiful detail in that die cut, which is just exquisite. Always looks good in black, but try any colours. This is a nice one. The size the same, aren't they? So it'll match perfectly with a butterfly.
They're all the same size, and there's another 2 coming next month. And they're going to be the same size as well, so it's range that's gone together. But they've done an excellent job at matching them up. An excellent job.
Yeah, I really love them. If you love the flowers, you've seen a lot of flowers. We have got those on the show, so do have a look at those because they're really nice. They're not a paper flower; they're actually a fabric flower, and they're they really do make an impression. I mean, I know that's the stamp you see. And then that's the die in the background. So again, matches wonderfully. If you would like your die, £12.99 is your price for your beautiful dragonfly. And of course, we've then got the coordinating one. And this is what I mean by, have a look at that. You can see the stamp is perfectly inside the die cut lines. I mean, perfect. That is spot on, isn't it?
Yeah.
I really like that because it just gives that die cut such detail and depth.
Yeah.
Love it.
And it's very easy to match up, to line up if you've got a stamping platform, which a lot of people have now got stamping platforms.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I really like this. I think it's gorgeous. You do get the flower as well. It's funny, isn't it? Because you've got the dragonfly and the butterflies, you kind of stop looking at all the different accents, but the flowers are very handy as well.
Well, rather than leave the stamping plate half empty, they put some nice little things on that for other things.
Yeah,
you know, you can make flowers, you can do a little bouquet, you can mask them off.
Yeah, can do tons of nice stuff. Nice stuff. Now, if you would love your little dragonfly, have I put him on the wrong one? Yeah, he lives over there. If you would love your little dragonfly, please check your baskets out with that one. Absolutely gorgeous, and the way they work together is just perfect. That is 175139, your item number. Now, stencils, these were brand new today as well. You are getting both of these stencils, and they do work not just with the collections we've got today, but with anything, quite frankly. So you've got your lovely dots, so that's your dotties, which obviously work with absolutely anything in life, and then you've got your beautiful butterfly, and that butterfly is basically, it's the card front straight away. I mean, you don't need to think about where that's going. If you just stenciled that as it was, it's perfect. Just put a sentiment on it, you've got a card.
It's a scene, isn't it? Yeah. However, still, you don't have to use all of it. You can just use the individual butterflies as well, can't you?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm thinking of cheese with those circles as well.
Cheese. They're really nice thick stencils, so they're perfect if you want to run them through your machine as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which I really like. Now, oh, that's beautiful.
They're Cheryl's grandchildren. But what she's done is she's cut the outer die out for the butterfly, and she's cut the inner die out, and that's made a frame.
That's really pretty. And obviously then using the stencil as your background. Love this one as well. Hold on a minute, it's little antennae folded over in the post. I'm really faffing. There you go, you've got your beautiful backgrounds. I mean, it's stencils. Stencils are handy for so many different things. If you do want those two nice, thick stencils, £9.99. 470363 is your item number. Now, we have got a few extra goodies now. First of all, these were so busy in the last hour, your magnetic refills. Now, you're actually getting here 20 sheets, 20 pouches. This is just such an incredible buy because you do get your pouches and you get your magnetic sheets in there, but you're getting 20 altogether for £13.98. So handy. And 70% of the stock has gone there. Very busy indeed in the last hour. 252434 is your item number. Now, we've got some beautiful cardstock on the show. The first one is the pearl one, which is dead pretty. You've actually got 12 sheets of each of these. You've got your two different pinks, and then you've got the white pearl, which is really pretty, and only £9.99 as well, so a really good price. 170265. We've also got your plain cardstock, and this is so springy. Like that beautiful bright green, the yellow, which is gorgeous, and then that wonderful sky blue. Really nice colours. I mean, that yellow, look at that, it's amazing. 299017 is your item number. And then, last but by no means least, we have got for you your grey board. Now, this is always ridiculously handy. Loads you can do with this. You're getting 12 A4 sheets of your grey board for £9.99. 58 4683. Now, if there's anything you want, check your baskets out at hochanda.com or give us a ring 01733 60 2000. Right then, our lovely Karen, where are we going to start the show?
Where we're going to start, we're going to just go through the making of this.
Lovely.
And it's three-dimensional, so we've cut the outer edge out and stamped on it, and we're going to go through the the borders, the frames, and then there's this little bit here that's the borders as well.
Beautiful.
And just show how they all go together. The box I've already made, but my electric machines decided to, I don't know what it's
Is
called.
it proper?
I don't know, but it'll just show that they'll go. These are good enough to go through manual die cutting machines, even though it's like a broad rectangle.
Yeah.
And
Which is fab.
I'm doing it forward and backwards because it is an intricate. It is an intricate die. Come out of it straight away, absolutely beautiful.
Aww.
And bits have come out. Pop that there. And all you would do is you can either do it with your little bits or you can do it with your brush. And I think this is a 280 GSM black cardstock.
Marvellous. I like it in the black because it just makes it look so strong.
I love black with it. I like black with everything. I always think black makes everything pop.
It does. It does.
Yeah,
it frames it beautifully.
You can never have too much black cardstock. I'm just popping these out so that you know.
Well, you're popping out
yeah,
because you're going to be using your Londonly. Hold on a minute. I'm getting it sorted. Your pearlescent card, aren't you? Now, this is wonderful. So, Karen's already made a gorgeous box. It's out of the pearlescent. You've made your box, isn't it, Karen?
It is, yes.
And this is lovely. So, it's single-sided. It's that beautiful pearl. Only £9.99 for 36 of these. 300 GSM, which is why you can easily make the box out of it, like our Karen has. Yeah, really handy. You've got your two different pinks, and then you've got the white in there. 170265 is your item number. Back to you.
Yeah, so I've done the circle, the oval, the inner oval, and I've only done that once because it's not an intricate shape. And that's cut out beautifully in the pearlescent. So that's going to go on to there.
Marvellous.
And then I've got the borders. I just want to show you the borders going through.
Oh, they're nice, are these?
Yes.
And it's funny because, again, when you're looking at the dice, you almost forget that there's borders there, but they're really handy little borders.
And they're just short of... They're 5 and 5.5 inches.
Marvellous.
But because the pattern is continuing, you pop one on top of the other and you can glue them together and have a long border.
Marvellous.
I'm going to bob it through once, and I'm going to bob it through backwards because I want to show you the embossing that automatically comes on, so you don't need to pop it through an embossing machine, you know, an embossing mat.
See, we always used to use our mats for all the embossing, but it just doesn't seem a thing these days, does it?
And I don't know whether you can see. I'll pop that up to camera one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that is really effective.
So that's the embossing that you get onto it just by popping it through.
I like that. Because if you whipped over that with a bit of ink or something, that'd look tremendous.
Gilding wax. My gilding wax has improved since I did that last show.
Oh, really?
Yes. I'm just too heavy-handed. That's the problem.
Hey, I tell you what, I've been doing a cheeky bit of show envy because I do believe it's our Catherine has got the Viva Decor show. Proper jealous is the word. 3 p.m. 7 p.m. get you, Webster. The colours look amazing, so have a little look on that one as well.
I've been envying it as well. I've been eyeing it up.
We've been envying, haven't we?
We've been eyeing it up, yes. And then go back to my stamp.
Okay.
And I'm going to do a bit of cheeky embossing with heat embossing with some silver. Now, I can't get my magnets around there because they would get in the way.
Yeah. And you have got cardstock on at the minute. It don't look like how it's there.
It don't
but
look
there
like
is some black cardstock on there.
So I'm just going to get my low-tack tape, pop it into a circle, stick it on underneath, and I know that will come off. However, that's going to be stuck.
Perfect.
So that I'm not going to move.
That's a good idea.
When I do... I've got all these little cheats.
Top tips.
Cheats.
The top tips,
little
Karen.
cheats.
That's what they are. Everybody, there are queues on the phones. 4.5 minutes. We are getting through those calls, so thank you so much for your patience. But you can always get on the website, hochanda.com. If you do want the magnetic refills, as I was saying before, really good workout. Yeah, I've got 20 of those, 20 of the magnetic sheets and the actual pockets for $13.98. But these have been really busy. Over 70% of the stock has gone. The single-sided magnetic sheet, the other side has got the wonderful sort of glossy side. So it does mean if you wanted, you could store your stamps on one side and your dies on the other. Just really handy. 252-434. If you want the folder that they go in, we have got that on the website, so do check that out. In fact, look, it's coming in. I'm going to just lift these and give myself a bit of an arm workout. £16.99 is your price if you actually want the folder, and it does come with 10 sheets as well. 242-830 is your item number. Back to you.
So there we are. I'm taking that off. With it being low-tack tape, it's not stuck and it's not moved as I've done it.
And you have put your, I saw you put your little old thingy on, your bag thing.
Oh,
anti-static.
I like my anti-static bag.
Bag
yes,
thing.
Yes. I like my anti-static bag. I think I carry a lot of static and end up with it all over.
Does it just go everywhere?
It just goes absolutely everywhere.
See, it's better to then do your embossing after you've die cut it, because if you emboss it and then die cut it, the likelihood is you'll crack your embossing.
You're going to crack it, or you're going to squeeze.
Yeah.
You're going to squidge it, and you're going to
Yeah.
But if you just use those little techniques about lining things up, then you get them. You can get them perfect, can't you?
I mean, you've done it twice now on live telly, and it's spot on. Yeah, it's beautiful.
And that's just. But even with your anti-static bag, that's where my fingers have been. But I'm not so worried.
And this
then just
embossing
show you
powder
how
is
the
lovely.
I love this embossing powder. But I remember years and years ago, this was the only one you could get, wasn't it?
Yeah,
when it
absolutely.
first started, and everything came from America.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Everything
we had
that
to
we
wait
had
for everything.
came from America.
And that, I mean, this embossing powder selection, it is super fine, which means you're going to get that detail, aren't you, Karen?
Yes. Yeah. I love a detail one.
I do.
I know there's plenty of others out there as well, and they're all good, but I suppose being a lot older and crafting a lot of years, I like going back to the ones that I started with.
Yeah. Do you know, I'm the same. I'm a stamp enders girl.
Yeah.
They're lovely, and they're good size pots. You've got your detail white. I mean, they are your essentials, actually.
Yeah.
Detail white. You've got your detail clear. These are, if you just starting out, or if you're just restocking, you've then got your gold, and it's a lovely gold, is that? It's a really nice shade, and then you have got that silver, sorry, the black there. Really, really nice detail powders for £9.99. 250441, your item number for those ones.
So not the best embossing, however. Here's one I made
Hey,
earlier.
I tell you what though, look at that. Like, it does, on the die, that looks so effective.
Yeah.
Doesn't that look beautiful?
Yeah. And even though we've embossed it, we can still shape it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can still shape it. And I'm just bending the wings down with the edge of a table, and then that's the embossing powder's not cracking.
Beautiful.
It's not cracking at all. So, what I have done then is, don't forget your borders will all stick onto each other.
Yeah.
So, there
That
we
looks
go. Under that,
perfect.
there, you can see it, can't you? Yeah, don't look at me, just look at the butterfly, please. But they stick on, and you leave them long enough, and then they become solid.
Yeah,
so
that
I'm not
looks
going to
really
mess
good.
about in midair or around the box trying to do it.
Prep done.
Prep done. And then you've got that one. So don't forget with these as well, turn them round, glue them. You've got napkin rings.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they look really cute.
Yeah.
They're really effective little dies of these.
Napkin ring with that one, a smaller napkin ring, but you can get a napkin ring and then put another butterfly on top of there, and you've got...
Yeah.
Just
really cute.
Things are just coming all the time. And I did have some glue. There it is.
Lovely.
And we'll start off popping the border on.
Wonderful.
Now I measured it, so I got one of the borders, and I went, it's going to take 1, 1.5. That's 2 sides. That's 3. It's going to take about 5.
Right. Okay.
So I'm going to start in the middle, because if I start at the edge,
yeah,
it's not gonna bend over. So
Yeah.
I'm going to pop a little bit of glue, say, on 3 of them.
Okay. Okay.
And this is where you need a little bit of patience.
We do have the glue on the show, actually. We've got a twin pack of the adhesive, 125ml for those ones. Oh, that's handy. Is that the size you're working with then? Is that
It is,
100?
yes.
So 2 of those, that's good. £15.98. 788279 is your item number.
And then just as I go around the corner, I'm just holding it.
Wonderful.
So that it bends.
There are
And you
still
just
cues.
carry on working
That
your
looks
way,
really effective.
your way around. I've stuck 4 together because obviously I've got this little last bit to do.
Yeah.
And I can pop that one on there, but it's not going to match up with this size of the box. So have a little play. I can see it's not going to match up.
Yeah.
So I would sort of perhaps cut it there and then pop that one in and just fiddle it all in.
Yes. And you can do that. You can kind of do a little bit of an extender bar, can't you, on it? Or a bit of a fast.
So there you can see where I've just done it.
Yes.
And whoever's going to get that's not going to see that.
I know, absolutely.
So,
and that's where you put like a cheeky little gem or something.
Oh, you put a bow on it.
Yeah, stick a
Make sure
bow
you
on
start
it.
in the middle and do a bow on it and cover it with a bow.
Perfect.
And then, and this is going onto your pearlescent card, so I am just using glue, and I know I don't like using glue on pearlescent card, but I'm gluing onto the top of it.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not, if you glue from behind and stick it from behind, the lamination swells, the fibres swell underneath.
Right,
but
okay.
because I'm sticking to the top of it,
it doesn't do
it's not going to, this is not going to.
Of course. You're not going to see that.
This is, you would possibly, if you went straight round like that and bob that onto there, when this will all go wet and it may laminate.
Right,
So
okay.
I'm making sure that it's flat, or do it with tape.
Right, okay.
And then you avoid that. You've seen them when you get that little line there. And then this one just straight onto
beautiful
the top.
Oh yeah, look at that. See, it's very effective.
And then that goes round like that.
I
And
like
you
the
get
solid
something.
colours as well, because they make it look really beautiful, don't
And
they?
it didn't take that long. I spent
And
more
it
time
doesn't.
gassing than I did cutting out and doing stuff. But yeah,
That's
just
brilliant.
a box from the pearlescent. But the pearlescent does look luxurious.
It really does.
doesn't it? And with that silver embossing.
Yeah, that silver embossing catches it so well.
Yeah, love them.
Beautiful.
Love them.
Right, I'll be back, Karen.
All
I'll
right,
be
I'll
dead
get
quick
ready again.
Karen's got 2 demos lined up, so I'm going to be proper quick. You've got the beautiful frames. If you do want to go for the frames, you've got the outside edges, you've got those matten layers, you've got the beautiful borders that Karen was using, and of course you've got the ability to create apertures, to create frames, to create shaped cards. There's so much you can do with those, and the butterflies, those solid butterflies, do look really effective. £12.99 is your price there. 618-480. Next, you've got the die set. Now, this is such a beautiful butterfly. It gives you such impact. You've got the smaller butterfly. You've got the gorgeous little flower as well with these. But it's one of those that just fills the space so easily. And, well, team it up with the stamp and it looks absolutely amazing. But I love how, as I said, the standalone. And I think that is such good value for money, because it doesn't matter what you're using, you will be able to use these independently. Now, if you would love the butterfly dies with, of course, the floral, that is £12 £12.99 your price. 750, no it isn't, 759085 your item number. There you go, Leonie, there you go. Next, the gorgeous stamp. Again, this is a really nice stamp in that. What makes this special for me, I like that big open space, dead easy to colour in. It matches the die perfectly. I mean, you've just seen Karen using it on the solid, but when you actually put it on the detailed die cut, it's a proper wow, because of the way it hits all the lines that you've actually die cut out. It's so impressive, matches perfectly with everything that we've got on today's show. Now, if you do want to get hold of your beautiful butterfly stamps, £11.99 is your price. 736302. Next, the dragonfly dies. Now, again, it all matches. These have been sized so they will match with your butterflies. So it does all go together. You get your butterfly, your dragonfly, you get the detail and the matte and layer die. And there's your little stamp inside. And of course you do get the flower die and the smaller dragonfly as well. Now, if you would like to get hold of this one, it is 548513, just £12.99. Those flowers that we've shown you, the flowers are on the show, so if you do want those flowers, check your basket out. They're not a paper flower, they're an actual material flower, and they do look fabulous. Now, the stamps go with the dragonfly die cut perfectly. I mean, I think this is amazing. I must admit, if I were getting this, I would have to get the die with the stamp. It's the way it just fits in that line. It makes that die look so much more detailed. You know, it gives it so much more, so much more craftability. That's on the solid die, but it's when you cut it out as the detailed die. I just think it looks absolutely fantastic. Now, if you do want to get, that's the die again. If you do want to get hold of this one, please check your baskets out. Look at that, coloured in. So easy to colour in as well. 175139 is your item number. Now, those stencils, if you want to get the stencils, you've got the dots, little dotty ones, and the beautiful butterfly background. So handy, very easy to use. You've got full pictures there, or of course you've got really good random backgrounds. You're getting both of those for £9.99, and it's what you can do with them, which we saw. So just going to start slipping them in, that obviously will inspire you. I love that dotty one, loving the dots. Now, if you do want to go for them, 470363. Still really busy, those magnetic sheets. Now, you are getting 20 sheets here. This is such a good deal. And of course, storage is just a necessity. £13.98 is your price. You're getting 20 of your sheets there, 20 of the inserts and 20 of the actual little pockets. And you can get the holder on the show as well. 252434, your item number. Then happy hour. For this hour, we have got your beautiful butterfly circle. Oh no, I've picked up the wrong one. That's an absolute lie. You've got your beautiful butterflies. I was reading it and thought, that isn't it. If you do want the butterflies, they are from Stampender, so lovely quality stamps. Yeah, like these a lot. They're very realistic. £9.99 for 81407. Now, if you do want the embossing powders, these have been popular this hour. You have got your choice. These are really, really good for beginners. But, well, no, I shouldn't say beginners, I should say essentials. You're choosing two of those, £9.99. They're all good ones. You know, they're all ones that you should definitely get hold of. Oh, we've got silver in that pick and mix as well, haven't we? I'm sure. Did we? Did we have silver, was it? Pictures there, but sadly we don't have the silver available. But we do have the black, the white, the clear, and then the gold. That is 250441, your item number. If there is anything you want, please check the website out or give us a ring. I know we have our queues on the phones, but hopefully the clear. 01733602000. Crack on and get on phones. Right, Karen.
So while you were talking, I just cut out a die, and as we all know, that it's gone through my manual machine.
Beautiful.
I did put it twice. I'm not going to say that I didn't. And then I can't be bothered with. I'm just banging it, but it's a solid die. It's a solid die. And then if you look, there's all the embossing on it as well. But that's come out really,
Yeah, that's
really
such
pretty.
a good die.
And the embossing is just
beautiful.
Yeah, that's the embossing. So you showed one this morning and it was from glitter card, and it squashed the bit that was embossed, and it made it like two-tone and everything.
It looks really effective.
Yeah. Going to the pearl cardstock, it's got a smooth back onto it and a pearl cardstock, and then these are your favourites.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, they're
Melinda's.
Your Lindy's.
Are they Lindy's stamp
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love these.
Your fault that I got these.
Oh really? Yeah, but they're good, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
I use them that much though, I'm using them all up.
Oh.
But I love the colours. The 5 colours that I got, I'm not sure whether they were the same colours that you... Well, you have them all, I know
had
that.
them all.
But yeah. Yeah, Leonie has them all. Yeah.
I got them all. I like that. They'll go on your pearlescent though.
Yeah. I've probably put a little bit too much on, but do not worry, do not fuss. I've got a water bottle.
Well, you're looking for your water bottle. I'll show you a card so you can have a rummage, love. Now, if you do want the cardstock, it is your pearlescent card.
There.
You're getting 12 of each of these. You get your 2 for pink, and that's pink, not purple, Leonie. You get your 2 pinks and then your white, only $9.99. And I do like that Karen's going to spritz on it.
I'm going to spritz on it.
And then watch it go. Never gets dull, that, does it?
Never gets dull,
I mean,
does
look at that blue go.
Look at that.
Oh, man, that's beautiful.
And, yeah, the cardstock is going up, but you start drying it, and it goes down really quick. Lots of water on there. A little bit of tissue as you're doing it.
That's so pretty.
It's not doing anything, perhaps a bit too much water. But, hey-oh. That's the way we do things sometimes, don't we?
Yeah.
And I'll keep that going because you can speak, you know, I can speak while I'm doing it, but there's one that I've done earlier.
One you prepared earlier.
And it's just going to go down. There's still some powder on that one, so
yeah, there is.
What I can do is once I've dried it off, and make sure you dry the back as well.
Yeah.
Because your back will... That's what makes it go.
Yeah, that's what'll flatten it out.
It'll flatten it out. Do it like that, and it starts flattening out.
Beautiful.
But it's taking some hammer for a pearlescent card.
Absolutely.
That's taking some hammer.
Yeah, and it's
and I'm force drying it.
It's nice because you'll still get that that pearlescent sheen underneath it, won't you?
Yes. Yeah.
Which looks really effective.
Yeah. I'm not going to stand here and you watch me do that all the time. And that's lowered it. If you look at this one, that wasn't force dried. That was dried naturally. Look at the 2 different colours you can see. But those 5 colours go together gorgeous.
Oh, they're just so nice.
I love them. I'm going to have to replenish.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, because
I know we've
using
got
that much.
Lindy's. I'm not sure when they're back, but I know we're planning it.
Are they planning one?
Mm-hmm.
That's great stuff. We'll go back to that one. All I've done then is I've got a pen. Gone round the outside. This is so simple.
I like these though because they look ridiculously effective, but they're dead easy to do.
Just going
and it's
round.
nice because you've still got a little bit of messy stuff as well.
Oh yeah, just gone round it. You're going to stick it onto a card. Now I'd like to do it from your bottom side there because I want it to come down.
Lovely. Yeah, that looks dead effective.
Yeah, should normally use tape, but don't have your glue too thick. You see there, that would cause it to bubble.
Marvellous.
Now that's rubbed in, it's like flat, so it'll not cause it to bubble. But you can see I didn't get as much curvature on the cardstock with letting it dry naturally.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's now drying, but you can see it straightening out. It's still wet there, you can see it, but that'll all dry out.
Yeah, beautiful.
And then just get my butterfly.
See, the butterfly, just cutting it in black looks so effective.
I love a black. I love black.
I mean, look at that. It's so strong. So it's just such a good image because it is a nice, strong, big image. You will use it again and again and again.
Do these look familiar?
They Ooh. Oh, very familiar.
And I want it in a 3, so we're going to say explore, dream, and let's discover.
Quite handy, aren't they?
Oh, very handy. Very, very handy.
I'm going to do some
and
more
if you're
of them.
not very good at stamping on something afterwards,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can't get
yeah.
your greeting wrong.
And it's when you want it to be strong as well.
Yes,
it's good.
yes, I love it with the blacks, with
Yeah.
the blacks round it. What I've done here, I've put glossy accents or, you know, equivalent,
yes, yeah.
and that shines through the pearlescent,
Beautiful.
shines through and makes it look like trail,
yeah.
you know, like
Yeah.
butterfly trail.
They're
But how
so
quick was
pretty.
that, really?
Quick but really effective.
Yeah, but makes you look clever, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And it's that butterfly that makes it pop.
And the cardstock all together
Yeah,
and
yeah.
everything makes it pop.
The butterfly, if you do want to get hold of this, Karen has got another demonstration lined up. If you do want to get hold of this one, you need to check your baskets out. A beautiful big die with, of course, the small one and of course, a lovely little flower. This matches the stamp perfectly. Only £12.99. The queues are back up. No! If you do want to get hold of these, the website hochanda.com is always available for you. 759085 is your item number. Please don't forget those magnetic sheets. I'll just do a bit of weightlifting. Don't forget your magnetic sheets. We have got those. You are getting 20 of those. They've been very busy throughout the hour. 3/4 of the stock has gone. Really handy. Every time you're getting dies, I bet you're like me and it's like, oh, I need storage. Just really, really handy. Oh, my arm's starting going there. £13.98 is your price. It twinged. That is 2524. What does that say? 434. God, I need my eyes. As soon as the optician... Are the opticians, they have to be closed at minute, don't they? Or are they open? Are they essential opticians? Oh, I need to get my eyes sorted. Over to you, love.
So, I did do a smooth card, but I'm going to show you on back of the pearlescent. I'll do it on back at pearlescent so that if you run out of stamping card stock and you've got some pearlescent...
You can still use it.
You can still use it. So I need my stencil.
Beautiful.
And then I'm going to use spice marmalade, mustard seed and twisted citron. I like a bit of orange, green and yellow. And these are beautiful. They're beautiful colours.
See, look at that. It's just so summer, isn't it?
It's so bright.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it all nice and bright.
Yeah, thinking of summer while we're sat in a studio shivering. Maybe not so.
Yes, but it's what's in your head that you think. So look at this, how it's blending on the back of the super smooth.
Lovely.
And I'm very heavy-handed with ink. Very heavy-handed.
Do you find, though, with brushes, you're being a lot... It's a lot smoother?
I used to... we had the cut and dry first off.
Oh, we did.
And I never got good results. And then we got to the daubers.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they're not good, and I get good results for certain things.
Yeah.
But not all the time. I'm very patchy with it. With these brushes, I find if it goes a little bit patchy, I can get out of it with the brushes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I like the brushes. The brushes. I've even tried, you know, the latex sponges that Crafty Devils bring and that, and I still get patchy. However, and I could never, if I did a patch, I could never get out of it. However, with these brushes, I tend to.
Yeah.
I've found the confidence.
Good. So you actually can get that beautiful blend.
I'm getting
and
a
those colours
beautiful
look
blend.
so good and strong.
Yeah,
They're
I love
beautiful.
these colours. You see, I've got patchy here, but I'm not worried because I just get rid of my bingo wings and do it.
Give it a bit of a...
Give it a bit of welly.
Give it a bit of welly.
What did we used to call it? Elbow grease.
Aye.
And there used to be that comic that used to say, well, I went to the shop and they didn't have any elbow grease, so I rubbed a bit harder. You'll not remember that, you're too young.
Remember that. Ray, I don't remember something.
You mean you've got somebody who's a lot older than you are?
It's normally me. I'm normally the one these days. It's a sickness. Oh. Oh, that's lovely.
You're
That is a
only
nice
as
blend.
young as your mind lets you feel. And I'm going to blend that in and just show you how easily that's now blended. And I'm quite happy with that one.
Yeah, I think that's
I'm
lovely.
quite happy. It's blending in beautifully. So get inks out of the way. Orange, green, and yellow. Get those out of the way, and then we're going to get our stencil.
Super.
And I'm just going to pop it over the top.
Nice thick stencils, these.
They're very thick stencils. You put. I've put glitter paint. You know the ink glitter paint through them.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
they're thick enough.
Yeah.
Thick enough for that.
You could run them through your embossing machine.
Oh,
couldn't
I
you?
use them. I do run them through embossing machine a lot.
Yeah.
I just haven't bought the embossing folder, the embossing machine. You know, the rubber plate for that one. I've only brought it for the little one that's given up ghost on me.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave that 1 second. Take that there. And then, oh, I forgot to put my bits on. Never mind, I've showed you that bit.
So this is your water, and that's
This is your water on the
spritzing
back
water.
of that cardstock.
Oh, look.
And that's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
it
really,
is.
really nice.
And I like it because every time it will be different. And if you do find your blend doesn't go 100%, as soon as you put your water, it just, boom, it brings everything together, doesn't it?
Yeah. If you're not happy with something, don't do what I used to do and throw it in bin.
Yeah.
Put it on one side and go back a day later.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
go and have a cup of tea, cup of coffee, whatever you have to drink. Get a biscuit down you.
Yeah.
Get a bit of sugar. Everything's always
everything's
better after
better.
sugar. Oh, I had a lovely surprise yesterday.
Oh, what?
My mum's bought me some canvases, you know, to do. So she's got them from, like, the cheap shop.
Yeah.
And I'd forgotten about them, so I found them out yesterday. And in bottom of it, there was chocolate.
Oh, that's nice.
She'd left me chocolate.
Oh, how sweet.
Oh, it was lovely. I was sat there last night thinking, oh, me chocolate.
That's a treat.
Yes, yeah, it was a treat. So that's what I've done there. Unfortunately, I've forgotten to mask it.
Were you going to mask it first?
I was going to mask it first, but what we'll do is I've got a little bit of white there, and I can show you exactly what I meant by
fabulous.
masking it.
So have you die cut that out then to mask it?
I've die cut this one out.
Beautiful.
To match it. So I'll just... Oh, do apologise. I don't have far to go, though, to pick it up.
No, you don't, love. Do people actually do ask you if you're standing up?
Yes, they do.
Rude.
Yeah.
Rude.
Mind you, when I was still 40, I was getting on for the kiddie price on buses. That were all right. And when we went to America on my 40th birthday, I was getting away for student costs and everything. It was brilliant.
See, every now and again it helps.
Oh, it helps, man. It helps marvellous. It's only good since I got in my 50s that they don't. I don't get ID'd now. I get ever so upset about it. It's not because I look young, it's just because I was tiny. Because I'm smaller than you, aren't I?
I think you are a little bit. I'm 5'1", what are you?
4'11".
And a half. And a half. That half is important.
Inch makes all the difference.
I think you're about the same size as my auntie, actually.
Yeah. So this is on the Crafty Devils masking.
Lovely.
There. And it's all come out. And what we would do is take it undone. Make sure it doesn't, when it's die cutting, it doesn't matter which side, because it's symmetrical. It doesn't matter whether you do it wrong side or not, because you know when you've stamped on wrong side sometimes and it's back to front.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll pop that one there. And then we're just going to go through which brushes I've already been using so you can see. Just seeing what I should have done. Yeah.
Well, it's a twofer, isn't it? You do it in two different techniques.
It's 1.5, isn't it? And we've got a bit of blue still on. And what I love about these brushes as well, you still get ink on them.
Yeah.
You can go back in 3-4 days later and you're still getting ink on them.
Yeah, the ink sort of held on.
It's held on. So then when that comes off, you've got that there.
Yeah, that's pretty.
And then that's when you do your stamping.
And then stamp into that.
And then you stamp into it. So this is just like being at home. You know, when your ideas go and everything's going all over the place, and then when you've done everything that you do, you look at it and you think, oh, where is it all? So I'm going to take my mat.
And it's an interesting technique, this. So you actually use your plastic sheets.
Yeah, be all clean.
As a mask,
As
so
a mask,
you don't need to line the stamp up and get everything dirty.
Probably because I usually can't find anything else. And I'm going to bob that straight on top there.
It's a good technique, that, Karen. I like that.
Bob that on there. And I know that's going to clean.
Yeah.
And then we'll get our VersaFine.
Beautiful.
Oops. I ain't even touched the VersaFine yet, and I've got fingers onto it.
Those storage refills that Karen uses, not just for storing, but also for helping for helping line up the stamp, which is such a good idea. 80% of stock has gone. They've been so busy. If you do want these, £13.98, 20 of those, the actual pockets and the magnetic sheets for £13.98.
And if you just like the pockets, don't forget, get some double-sided tape on that, stick them on your walls. And
Yeah.
You can keep them in, you can have them in like
You
a
can have your
mosaic.
favourites in the
and
wall,
you can have
on the
them all
wall.
in sets.
Yeah.
Keep them all in your
Favourites
sets.
on wall and then the rest in your wallet.
Yes, yeah.
40 seconds.
And then that's
that looks so effective.
And that's how it's done.
That, honestly, that looks
But it's
so
used in
effective
everything.
using the mask. I love that,
mask.
Karen.
I love that
It's
mask.
beautiful. Okay, everybody, please check your baskets out. This is the last hour from our Karen today, so please do not miss out on the prizes, that happy hour deal, remember, and these beautiful stamps and dies. When you're back, our lovely Karen?
Not till 30th.
30th of this month?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
We will
but
see you
it's quite
then.
a few together, so it's like
We'll see you then, love.
We'll see you then. Thanks, bye.
Coming up next, we've got some funky needlework. We've then got, the show that I'm getting jealous over, our lovely Catherine for, and then Mr. Matthew Palmer. Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter here at Hochanda. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show on Hochanda is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands and it's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Hello, good afternoon. Now we're talking funky needlework, and I have to say I'm incredibly intrigued because I personally have not seen something like this. I don't know how it works. If you don't know how it works, don't you worry, because we are just about to join Josie live via Skype, and here she is. Hello, Josie.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. Whereabouts in the UK are you?
I'm in Northumberland at the moment, so it's really, let's just say wet and rainy at the moment,
bless you.
Most of the time it's a lovely place to be here.
Well, I can see you've got some nice finished samples behind you, so if you want to put one on to keep yourself warm, that's fine. Now, can you tell us a little bit about this pick and mix bundle? How does it work and what do we get in it?
Okay, so the pick and mix bundle that you've got in front of you is, there are 4 different patterns to choose from, and essentially you get 2 of them.
Right.
So if you want a larger one and then maybe the smaller pictures to go with it, and you can also have in the bundle the steam, no, it's not called that, it's called
Steamer Steam.
Stitch and tear and steamer seam. You also get the bias that we have made specially to fit with the steamer seam. So the bias, it comes in black and it comes in green.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show you in a few minutes how to use some of these things.
Marvellous.
You also get a variety of threads. And the reason you get a variety of threads is because funky needlework, we like a variety of colour. And hopefully I'll show you how to mix some of these in as well, so that you can do it with a couple of different, use the same thing, a few different ways, lots of different techniques for you. Keep you busy.
And then what's this that we've also got in it as well, did you say?
You are going to have to lift it up for me a little bit because I can't see you.
Oh, can you not? Oh, it's the vise. I can never pronounce it.
Stitch and tear.
Wonderful. I think what I'll do is, if I may, I'm going to open one of these out, the sheets out,
Lovely.
She says. Of course, I'm going to pick the one I can't open up. And we've also got samples behind us to show sort of how it works. So you've got these sheets of paper, and how does it work? How do we use them?
Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate how to do this. So behind you there, you've got the Babson Brilliance, and that is with lots of different coloured pieces all put together. You stitch it. There's a couple of different ways to do it, and I'm going to show you how to use it with the stitch and tear. So you're effectively tracing the pieces, and then you're putting the fabric on the top and stitching from behind. I suppose you to flip it over, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So it's difficult to explain without actually actions.
Yeah, that's why we're gonna crack on quite quickly with the demos for anybody who's not seen it. So you've got your 4 options. Now we've got samples of 3 of them which we can show you, and then I can open this last one out as well. So this one.
Sample behind me here.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Marvellous. Thank you for showing us that.
That way, dodging out of the way. If I duck down, you can see it. There we go.
That was perfect. And then we've got another sample over there of one of your options. There you go. So you can see.
That's from one of the other packs from another show that you have there. But that's from one of the rulers that we had on last week. That one.
Oh, okay. Good. Well, good to know. And hopefully this one's all right, though. We've got one over here that's being beautifully displayed. Here we go.
Circle?
Yeah, we've got, yes.
The one, yes, that's lovely. And that one is breaking glass. That's the breaking glass option.
Yeah, they're really quite funky.
Yes.
Okay, so if you want to go for these, and like I said, we're going to crack on very quickly. We've just got 2 other items to show you that are new today, and then we'll get cracking with the demo. So it's 2 payments of £22.50. Colours will vary of your lovely threads. You've got your stitch and tear. You've got the steamer steam. Again, I'm looking forward to seeing how this works. You've got your 2 sets of your bias binding, and then you're choosing any 2 of these lovely patterns. Item number is 875313. Then you've popped in a lovely pre-cut border. I have to say, I love the navy colour, Josie.
I love this one. So I've actually got a quilt top here, and I'm going to just show you what it looks like. The navy is so good with so many different colours. It really works well. There are 4 pieces, your whole border for your quilt just done. Or there are options with it, so you could put it, you could split it down the middle and use it for your binding for the quilt. So if you wanted to use, and you might want the border and the binding the same, or you could even put it centrally down the middle of the table runner if you wanted to. All kinds of different options. I'm going to, if we have time, I'm going to show you how to put it onto a quilt top.
Oh, lovely.
And fingers crossed we do.
Excellent. And you're getting a lot here, so it's 108 inches long. Again, maybe a little bit later on well, the trouble is, can't hold it with anybody, can I? But we'll try and show you. It's £23.99, 645475. And then we've got the rulers. These are another new today, so you can go for them individually, but we have popped them as a bundle for you. So here we've got the concertina and the starburst ruler set. It's £21.48, 760319. Are these quite easy to use, Josie?
They're lovely. You get quite a few different effects. They work well together, but you can buy them individually and use them individually as well. But it's a really lovely stitch and flip technique. And if you're somebody who worries a bit about joining and getting perfect corners and pieces joined up with the next one, this is a really good thing for you to use.
Excellent. There you go. Item number then for the rulers, 760319. Okay, so Josie, if you want to just get ready for the demos, and while you're getting ready, then we'll show you a couple of other things we've got on the show for you. So first off, we've got some fat quarters, lovely batik colours. So obviously, because they're batik, they will vary a little bit, but they're really nice and bright. Everything that we've got on the counter is so lovely and vivacious. And again, you know, when it's winter and it's rainy, we kind of want some colour to uplift our spirits. So that's £31.99. You're getting the 10 pieces of the fat quarters, 665294. Then we've got some cut-offs. Again, contents may vary here. 100 grams you're getting, and again they're those lovely varied batiks, lovely wonderful colours. 1699 009 146. We've also got some 10 by 10s. Again, they're batiks, I mean, I love that. I think they even come to you in a lovely little organza bag. Right, so you're getting 30 pieces in total, 10 by 10 inches. Oh, that's a nice picture. Right, £29.99. Item number is 862843. Now, if you're as new to this as I am and you want to ask any questions, as always, send your questions to studio@hochanda.com or pop your questions onto Facebook. Right then, so without further ado, I can see Josie's ready. Josie, I'm going to hand over to you live via Skype.
Thank you very much. Okay, so in your bundle, you'll also receive the instructions, and so I'm going to, because of the space I'm constrained by here, I'm going to work with one of the smaller ones. So the sheet, one of the sheets has lots and lots of different patterns on it, smaller patterns, and you can see here that this is the acorn pattern that I've done, and this is the finished effect. So that's what it's going to look like. Now, I've used some of the black lead around it, and I've used some of the coloured thread in it, and it kind of looks like a harlequin. So instead of doing a whole big one, because of the time, I'm going to use this smaller one here. And so this is the stitch and tear. So the stitch and tear that we have in the bundle, you get 1 metre of it, so you get lots and lots. So I've cut some of this up into smaller pieces. You can see that it's quite strong, it's quite robust. And you can either use a pen or a pencil, whatever you want to do. You can stitch, you can see through it long enough, easily enough to, there we go, to trace over the pieces. Now, you might think, well, why do I need to do all of these pieces at once for this one? And it's so that when we flip it over in a few minutes, you'll understand the positioning. So I'm going to use, here's one I have done earlier. So I've started to use this one already. So if I just move these out of the way, and I'll show you how once you've traced them. There we go. So it goes this way up. Now I've used orange on this piece, so I'm going to use a yellow on the next piece because I like quite bright colours. Now you can see through it. You pop it underneath. This is the offcuts from the offcut bag that's there that I'm using underneath. And I'm going to bring in the sewing machine. I'm using a straight stitch, and I'm just going to stitch all around this line here with a straight stitch, straight through both layers with the fabric underneath. Start with the needle in. I'm not going backwards on the corner. I'm just going nice and slowly around the curves. And because I'm meeting this other piece already stitched on, leave the needle in at the point, twist it, and then twist it back slightly. That's a little tip for you if you're ever needing to have the fabric in and the needle in to turn a corner.
Okay.
Because sometimes it gets twisted underneath.
Right.
So that's a good tip. And I'm just going to go up to the next line, stitch around, and go around again. And then I'm going to take it out. So I'm not going back, I'm not going to secure the ends at all. Now, because I don't want to waste any of this lovely fabric, I'm going to use my applique scissors. These are the applique scissors with a D-shaped blade which goes flat on the table. Those two fingers in the holes, and this one on the top. And the flatter you have it against the table, closer you'll be able to get to the stitching. So I'm going to pull this off all the way around.
Okay.
Little scraps that I'm offcuts I'm going to keep to use on another piece as well. I want to do one more little piece in the top there.
Okay, yeah.
And then so that piece goes underneath. Use green for this one. Oops. Now I've used a green thread here. Now this is one of the threads from the pack. All of the threads are variety of colours. You won't get two the same. And the idea of this is that you'll expand your thread stash.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, if you haven't got a lot of thread to begin with, this is a really good way of using it up to fill it up. So one stitch there. That's brilliant. Okay, and again, I'm just going to trim this piece off.
Do you have to have fancy scissors like this? I've never seen scissors like this.
You don't have to have fancy scissors. They are, I mean, we do sell them, they are, but I'll use some ordinary scissors for this. If you're going to use ordinary scissors, make sure that pull this back a little bit out of the way because you don't want to cut through that.
Ah, I see.
And then you close to the edge. But you do have to go a little bit more slowly to do that.
Okay.
Take a little bit more. Okay, and you can see there, you can't get quite as close to the stitching. But you're going to cover that up, so not to worry. It's just that it's fun to have good tools. There, you can see the difference between the ordinary scissors and the... Right, okay, so this one, I'm going to add it to my picture here of my acorn. And I'm going to put it here as if it... shall I make it a tulip? I think it'll be a tulip. So I'm going to flip it over. And then, I'm not going to pin it. Again, I'm going to bring in the sewing machine. And I'm going to stitch over all the lines within that drawing. But because I'm going through a quilted piece here, I'm going to lengthen the stitch slightly. So I've taken that up to about a 3. I haven't got a fancy needle in here, it's just a universal needle.
Okay.
Nice and strong. And I'm going to stitch over all of the lines.
Are you using quite a close stitch?
It's a straight stitch. It's because I've lengthened it to a 3.
Okay.
It's because the thread has further to go when you go through layers. That's why I've made it a little bit longer.
Right.
The thing to remember when you lengthen your stitch is to slow your machine down a little bit, because otherwise you go galloping off at a pace that you're not used to controlling.
So tortoise rather than hare?
Absolutely. I love a good tortoise. So I'm just going to go a little bit further along. I hadn't thought of that, tortoise rather than hare. Slow and steady. So there aren't... I love this bit. So this is... Right, so I've got all the way around there, but there are a few lines, so I'm not going to bother putting the thread. I'm just going to take it back up, and I'll trim them off in a minute. That's another line to be done. And then there's one more. It doesn't matter if you go over this thread when you're stitching, because you're going to cut them all off anyway.
Right, okay.
So up and pivot and down.
So what made you decide to come up with this idea? For ease, would you say?
Well, I think that... Oh, I've just run out of thread underneath, would you believe it? I think that I'm always coming up with new ways of doing things that help people to... who may be adventurous but don't quite know which way to go.
Okay.
And so this is a really good way of doing that. So I'm going to just tear this off now all the way around. There we go. And then, this is the fun part. Give a little scratch at the edge and it'll pull off. Oh, look at that.
The reveal.
It's fantastic. Whoops. Well, oh, there we go. That one, and that one might not stay on because my spool ran out just as I was going on. It happens to the best of us as well.
It does, it does.
Also going to just trim off my spaghetti at this stage.
Okay, the spaghetti, I like you use that term, that's fun.
Well, there's quite a lot of spaghetti involved in this one. One of the other reasons I included in the pack. So, you then have to, I'm going to use the green for this one, I think, because that will be fun. So I'm going to show you how to now attach the lead to the glue on the steamer seam.
Okay.
And my ironing board is here. There we go. So I've got a black ironing board so we can see this. Let's turn my iron on. So this doesn't take long for the iron to heat up. So I'm going to show you. So this is... this bias is 100% cotton, and because it's cut on the bias, it'll go around the curves quite nicely. It's made at 7mm wide, so it's exactly the same as the steamer seam. So this is the steamer seam. You get 2 rolls in the pack, and when you open it up, you'll find that there's a sticky side on the inside, a gluey side, and a paper side on the outside.
Yeah.
Always useful to pin, there it is, there's the pin cushion, to pin this down a little bit, just so that you've got a guide there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm going to put this on glue side down, paper side up. First of all, I'm going to go along and just press it down with my fingers. And because it's the right width, you can just run your fingers along either side, like that, and it should stay in the right place. If you're worried at all about getting glue on your ironing board, which some people might be worried about, you can use a piece of greaseproof paper, or a Teflon sheet. Oh, this one's not going along. That's it. Lovely. So I'm just going to iron it from this side.
Now, do you have to remove the steam element?
So I don't use steam because I don't want to have paper mache on my work. But you don't have to. I do know people who put the steam on.
Okay.
I don't, but then I don't think it's needed. It's really just about using the heat. Okay. Oh, I missed a bit there. Never mind. It's a bit hot, which is why I'm not adjusting it too much. So if I use, oh, where's it gone? There it is. So this is. Now, if you find that it's hard to peel the paper off, put them in the fridge.
All right.
They'll peel off really well.
Okay.
Do a whole bundle the day before. Just blow that. But do a whole bundle the day before. I'll give it a good crunch. So if I pull the paper off there. Oh yeah. This probably could have done been in the fridge for a little while before I peeled this off.
Are you all right? Well, let us know if you need a minute or anything.
No, it's okay. So when I'm doing this, I try and make sure that the pieces that are underneath, with the raw ends underneath, are underneath and done first. So I'm just going to trim that off to be the right length there. And then I'm going to use this one as well. 1, 2, that's the same one.
Yeah.
Again, if the ends are not exactly at the right length, you can trim them off afterwards. You've got a few minutes.
Okay.
So I'm just going to use a bit of heat on there. I've got this on a very hot iron, and I'm going to go all the way around this one so that you can see how it curves really, really nicely. And actually this one I might take down and make into a stalk.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
There we go. Now you can stitch this afterwards rather than me doing another green one. I'll show you how to stitch it.
Right.
You can use this with either a straight stitch down the middle or a zigzag, a hemming stitch over the edge. I just wonder if I could have 30 seconds to just wind us. So maybe if you could have a little go a talk just about some of the stuff in the studio while I change the spool that around.
That would be lovely, because I tell you what I'm going to do, Josie, is I'm going to open each of the patterns up because I think it's important for everybody at home to see. Okay, so this not this one. Okay, the other one. Let's go this side. This first one, I love that it's got the ribbon around it, is called the small stained glass. So, shall I hold it to the side slightly? Yeah, is that all right? Okay. 1 second. So, you've got a lot of patterns on here. Here we go. So, there's a big sheet. Is that all right there? Excellent. So, there we go. Got some really funky... Actually, it would really help, wouldn't it? I was like, ooh, really funky design. So, you can see you've got your acorn on there. That's the one that Josie's just been using. Got some lovely circles, some flowers. Really funky designs on that one. So feast your eyes on that one. Sorry, it is going to get a bit ruffly though as I mess about with the papers, but the next one is called Breaking Light. Oh, okay, and this one is the sample we've got up here. There you go, and I'll just again open this one up. Nice big piece, this one. Marvellous. I like that one actually, really like that one. Cool, so there we go, just so you can get a good look at it. And then the next one. I'll pick it up in a minute. Next one is called the Spring Buds. There we go, let's open this up. Which way? Which way? I don't think it matters. There you are. Perfect. That's a nice one as well, isn't it? I really like that. Lovely. And then, so what you're doing is you're picking any two, and then I'll run through the rest of the bundle that you are getting. See, this is why I'd be a terrible floor manager. Right, let's open this one up. Last one. Do we know what this one's called? Ooh, Babs and Brilliance. This one, to me, has a little bit of a Celtic feel. Ah, yeah, Emily saw that instantly as well. There we go. Okie dokie. So you've seen all four. Apologies, I have just... oh, we have got a sample of this one. It's really nice. Oh, I can't decide which one's my favourite, to be honest. They're all quite nice. I can't stand this up. So funny. Right, let me just grab this one. So you've seen all four designs. I'm just going to have to put this there, I think, just for a minute. Now, you're also going to get your threads, which I've knocked over. These may vary in colour. So this one we've just got how to wreck a pack shop brilliantly. Okay, you're going to get 6 sets of threads. The colours will vary. You're going to get your steam a seam. There you go. You get 2 rolls, as Josie said in there. You've got 2 lots of your binding, a really fabulous bright green, and then, as they say, black tends to go with everything. And then you get a big, nice piece of your stitch and tear that is there. I love that everything comes with a little ribbon around it as well. I think that's really, really cute. So you're choosing any 2. Now you've seen how it works. It's £44.99. Look, have you seen the saving though? There's a £17 saving. So do check out your basket. And of course you can spread the cost. 2 payments of £22.50. 875313 is your item number. Now, a couple more things to add to your baskets. Right, so we've got 6 by 6 this time, 6 by 6 inches. You're getting 30 pieces in total. Lovely, beautiful, bright colours. Again, as they're batiks, you know, it'll be a bit varied, but really, really nice. Okay, it's £12.99 for this. That's a lot of pieces for £12.99. 935338 is your item number. Now we've got more bias binding on the website as well. Oh, this is nice. It's a little bundle of all, again, lovely luscious colours that we've got here. Again, patterns will vary. £9.99. Item number is 219185. Okie dokie, again, I'll urge you, if you've got any questions, you've not done anything like this before, please send your questions to studio@hochanda.com or pop it onto our Hochanda Facebook page. Okay, I think, Josie, are you ready to go again?
I am. I'm really sorry about running out of thread.
Oh, don't you worry. All good.
You know, I normally have this lovely clever trick where if you're filling up a spool, you fill one up for the top as well. But I didn't do it this time, so I'm sorry.
Don't you worry.
Right, so I'm just going to go down the stitching. So I've put it in the machine already, and this is a... I'm actually going to draw on this. I know it's sacrilegious to draw on your quilting things with a pen, but it's going to go stitch, 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 and then on and off, stitch, 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 on and off. Oops. Right, so stitch, 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 on, off. Now, I'm doing this really quite slowly, and of course you can use this with all of the coloured thread. If you want to show off your stitching, brilliant idea. If you want to disguise your stitching, well, this is the way to do it. So I'll just get down to the end here, take it out, and you can see what it looks like when it's stitched on. If you're going to do this and it's going to go behind glass, you don't need to do the stitching part.
Mm-hmm.
You can just use it as it is. And if you're going to have just a quilt from it or a cushion cover, then this is... Oh, sorry about that awful noise. That
squeaky squeak.
So this, can you see how the stitching there goes all the way down? It's like little teeth, almost like a blanket stitch that's kind of all the way down there. And that's going to hold it still.
Right.
So you can imagine how the Babs and Brilliance that's behind you, you can just build up the colours and you can do it like that. But this one here, whoops, I've used just a zigzag thread off the top of it for some of it, so not all of it, because sometimes I think the black might be a little bit overpowering for some of these tiny little pieces that are put together. So you can just do a little zigzag stitch all over the edge, or if you've got some of those nice embroidery stitches on your machine, this is the time to experiment with them. Or you could even do the embroidery stitches over the top of here now. Wouldn't that be fabulous? That would be really, really good.
Cool.
So that's how you do, that's how you use those patterns.
Lovely.
So,
thank you, Josie. Shall I give you a second to get set for your next demo then?
I've sort of got everything around me, so I can carry on if you like. We've got, so the rulers are, these are the rulers that we've got today. So this is the concertina ruler and the starburst ruler. Now I've got some examples of how these can be used together and then separately as well. So I'm just going to, and this is one of the fat quarters from a fat quarter pack.
Lovely.
Okay.
And then, so yeah, if you can show us a few samples, and then I'll tell you what we'll do, because we quite like to show some of the fabrics live, and then we can come back and see how the rulers work. Is that all right with you, Josie?
That's brilliant. Yes, that's lovely. Yeah, feel free. Show them now. It's lovely.
Bless you. Okie dokie. Can't wait to see how the rulers work as well. All right, it's just so nice to see them in the flesh, isn't it? They're beautiful. Can I open this? Yeah, is that all right? Lovely. I love the ribbons around it as well. Use the ribbons in your crafty projects. They're fab. Okay, so this is an example. I'll also open one up. It's always good to see the size, isn't it? So let's open this one up. So there you go. That's one of your fat quarters. Beautiful colourways, aren't they? Really, really nice. Very spring-like indeed. Molly just took one look at me and went, don't worry about folding, I'll do it. Terrible. Okay. Okay, so you're getting 10 of them. Look, you might get a nice, really nice yellowy one. That's like, it's got pinks and reds through it, isn't it? That's lush. We've got really nice deep green. And next, sort of more of a, it's like lemons and limes. Nice, nice, nice. There's a nice baby pink. Oh, I love those ones. I love that type of batik. They're fabulous. We've got a really nice purpley one in here. Oh, look at this ombre. Lovely. Oh, it's like a golden sunset. Wish we had one right now. And then we've got a nice blue. So you're getting 10 of the lovely pieces of the fat quarters. They'll be winging their way to you, and that is, for all of those, £31.99, 665,294. Then we've got the 10 by 10s, these lovely pieces. So again, you can see, oh, look at those colours. And it's the attention to detail, how they all come to you so nicely wrapped. Lovely. So again, you can see those lush colours. I won't open this one up, but you get the idea. So you're getting 30 pieces in total in this collection. Look at that one. It's cool, isn't it? I find batiks fascinating. I'd love to see them being made, to be honest, see the process of them. So look at all those lush colours. Oh, nice. Oh, we're going to some yellows. Beautiful. £29.99, 30 pieces, as I said, 30 pieces there. And it is 862,843. There we go. Let's pop that back. Okay, next then, I love how these have been displayed as well. We've got the bias binding. Again, it'll vary, but you've got sort of different widths as well. So you've got some skinny, and then look, you might get some stars, some lovely pinks and hearts and whatnot. That one's quite a nice masculine one, I think, that particular colour. There we go. So that's £9.99, and you're getting a nice bundle there. Do we get a yard on each, apart from the green, where you're getting 5 yards? So, yeah, we reckon that looks about a yard. Nice. Okie dokie. £9.99 for all of those. Item number is 219185. Yes, next we've got the cut-offs. So you've got some just lovely strips of goodness. You're going to get 100 grams of it. So, and a little bit of everything. So, here we go. I've just opened one out for you, just so you can see. Oh, that's nice. Josie's called it a bag of delights, and it certainly is, isn't it? That's luscious. But again, you can see those beautiful colours. We've got some reds in there. Of course, great for the applique that Josie's been showing us, like your little cut-offs. See, lovely, lovely, lovely. Look at those colours. £16.99. Item number is 009146. Then we've got our 6x6s. Again, you can see the size of these. Once more, colours will vary. Oh, it's lush. You're getting 30 of them. Got some deeper colours. Look at those. Oh, look at that purple. Oh, delectable. Oh, I like that word. Yeah, and we've got some, look, some beautiful blues in there, some pinks, some greens. Oh, look at those greens. Hang on, let's lift it up a little bit. There you go. Oh, look at that one. Very zingy. Oh. And so for those, £12.99. How much is that per piece? Is Emily going to do the maths? She is. So there's 30 pieces, £12.99, works out at 43 pence per piece. I would like to say I could do the maths, but I couldn't. Yeah, £12.99, 935 338. Now, lastly, if you do want more steam, I like that, and it's also going to come with the black bias, so that's a nice little bundle there. So we can see it on the bag, actually. I'll move this slightly. There you go. So you can have a little look there. It does look really cool. Almost looks like a stained glass effect, doesn't it? But just in fabric. £14.99 then for this little bundle. 175889 is your item number. So again, you can give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or you can go onto our website at hochanda.com. Okie dokie. Josie, are you ready to go?
I am, yes.
Lovely.
Right,
so we're joining you live via Skype.
Fantastic, thank you. So on this piece here, I've used the two rulers together. Now I haven't used the stitch and flip, I've just used the shape. And if I pull this one over slightly, you'll be able to see the end of it there. We've done these so that the width of this fits perfectly, so that you can match these pieces up and make it larger shapes. So there's a kind of you want to frame a piece of applique. This is great for that.
Yeah.
Also, we've done these as stitch and flip. So this is the concertina ruler. And this is how it works when you put it together. Now, you have to remember which way around you've done this so that you can do little pieces like this, or you can have them added in lengthways like that. So you can add them lots of different ways around to do them. I'm going to show you how to actually do them. And then this one is, you got a whole circle from this one tiny little piece.
Oh, wow, okay.
And it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, it's not plastic as well, so that's brilliant. Okay, and all the markings are on it, and all the so I'm going to show you how to do that piece there. Okay?
Yeah.
So this is, just move that out of the way. So if I use some of these are some of the offcuts, actually. I'm going to use them. And I'm going to fold this. And making sure that this will fit on there folded. There is a dotted line here, so that if you want to have very separate pieces all the way around and have them all the same way, you can cut it without this extra seam allowance, or with the extra seam allowance. And if you're having a fold and one long piece, then you can do it like this. Now I'm using this rotary cutter, which is a small rotary cutter, to get into the curves.
That's Diddy. I've never seen one that small.
It's brilliant. Did you see how easily that was? Like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah.
Again, I'm always going to cut away from myself, so I'm going to have to turn this round a little bit. That's fine, but because of the lovely curves, it's easy to reposition. There we go. And I'm just going to go around this curve now as well. Okay, so I'll just move that out of the way for now. So there is a quarter circle.
Oh, perfect.
Because I've got these lovely marks inside, if I put that behind you'll be able to see it better, these lovely slots here. So I'm going to reposition that again and put the slots on. I'm using just an ordinary, this is a propelling pencil.
Mm-hmm.
You can use everything and go through the hole, I suppose. And if you just want them on one side, that's fine. If you want them on the other end, flip it over and put them on the other end as well. And that's how I got this shape here. Oop. That's it. Right, okay. Now I'm going to extend those lines. I'm just going to use my Y Perfect ruler just to make those lines a little bit longer so that I know exactly where I'm stitching.
Okay.
Like that. And then I'll choose the different piece to go on the top. So how about yellow? Okay. So with this one, I am going to do both of these. But if you just want to have one piece on, you can have one piece. If you can't use that one, you can have two pieces on. So I'm going to put this straight edge here on over the bigger piece, and just check by flipping it over that it covers all the other places, and it does. So I'm going to just stitch that on there. Again, I've got green thread in for this now. I might not usually have green thread in for something like this. I might choose yellow or purple. But we're being adventurous.
Yeah, and also we'll see it better on the telly.
You will. Well, fingers crossed. Well, do you know what? I hope I sew straight then.
I'm sure you will.
Speaking of sewing straight, just let me get rid of that. The thread's got caught underneath. Let's do that again. There we are. Okay. Oh, do you know what it is? I haven't changed the foot. Never mind. We'll just hope. We'll guess at 1/4 of an inch and hope for the best, shall we?
If you do want to change the foot, that's no problem. It's up to you.
Oh, I think I will.
Yeah. That's all right, because I can just show the rulers here in the studio for you. Now, you can get them individually, but you got a little bit of a saving if you go for the two together. So here we're getting the concertina and the starburst ruler. Again, I really like the names, actually. So for both of those, now we can see that Josie's just been using the starburst. It's £21.48. Item number is 760319. Now, if you just want the starburst individually, we're just popping the details on screen. £11.49. 852962 is your item number. And then if you just want the concertina ruler, come on, graphics, there you go. £12.99. Item number is 382209. While we're here, because this is another new today, right, shall I do it? Okay. Because look at this beautiful navy that you're getting. It's 100, and by the way, it's sort of coming to you in a couple of pieces. There we go. So look, here's one border. Hey, you're going to make a really nice big quilt with this one. I'm trying my best. I still can't open it up. There you go. Look, there's loads left. There you go. Right, that's just one of them. You should be getting 4, I believe, because then you can go all the way around the quilt. So that's another one, and another one, and another one. But it's such a nice colour. It's a really nice classy colour, isn't it? Beautiful navies, and then you just get that little flash of blue going through. Right, for your 4 pieces there, long pieces, it's £23.99. Item number is 645475. Right then, I think we can hand back to you now, Josie. If you've, what's the word? Changed the foot.
I did. I changed the foot, and actually I cheated a bit. I stitched it on while you were doing something else. You don't need me to sit and sew a straight line. So a straight line, fold the top piece over, finger press it a little bit, flip it over, and then replace the ruler on it and trim off the excess. And that is how you get your perfect circles. Brilliant. So, and that piece as well. I really like these little rotary cutters because you can hold them in your hand more like a pencil.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a tiny little bit on there that needs to come off. There we go. So if I flip this over again, you'll see that there's a yellow piece on there. Now I've covered up the first bit, so I'm going to mark the second line on.
Okay.
And you can do the next piece the same way. And that is how you use this method. So you put this, can you see there?
Yeah, perfect.
Brilliant. Okay, so if I show you the next ruler, do you think that's enough of an instruction? There we go.
Yeah,
that's how
sounds good.
That's what it looks like when it's done. So if I show you the other one, which is over here. So this is 2.5 inches wide, so it works perfect with roll-ups and also with your larger pieces of fabric that you might want to trim down, and you know when you get those little. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? I like that piece there.
Yeah, that's a lovely piece.
I really quite like that. That's it's a shame to cover any of that up, isn't it? Really. So this, well, it is. The other thing about this is, if you do end up covering a piece up, you can also cut off the back piece. So on this one here that we did earlier on, if I want to save this piece at the back, I can trim that off now. And I've got an extra little piece to use. So if I just finish off cutting this piece, and then I can pencil in the lines. And you don't have to use all of the little lines that we've got on here. You can just use half of it, split it in two. Actually, should we split this one on two and see what it looks like, rather than the whole thing? So it's got 2 lines down there. I'm going to use pencil. There we go. And I'll just join those up so that I know exactly where I'm stitching. Oops. And then, you know, I love working with the batik because it's got such a high thread count.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so it doesn't fray quite the same way as some of the fabrics can do.
Right. So
you can play with it a little bit more. And also, if you're cutting on the bias, which I have been there, because if you cut in angles like this, you can't help it. So sometimes there'll always be a bias. You can do things like overstretch it sometimes if you're cutting on a curve. So if I did this, I'm cutting on a curve, it doesn't have the same amount of overstretch as some other fabrics. So it's a bit more robust. How about that one? Does that clash nicely?
Yeah, yes, let's go for it. Let's go crazy.
Well, if you're gonna clash, then clash, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Okay. So I'm going to bring in my sewing machine as well. And I'm just going to stitch from the edge all the way down.
And that's, again, you're doing a straight stitch?
I'm doing a straight stitch. I haven't done anything fancy with it. It's just a normal, it's 2.2, which is the one that my machine turns onto.
Yeah.
I am using a 1/4 inch foot. And that's because I want all of my seams to be the same. Because when I'm joining the pieces together, the concertinaed fan, you want all of those edges. When I've done this, I'll show you what I mean. You want all of those edges to match up perfectly, so that you can back them up, and they will be very easy to work.
Right.
I might just put up slightly. That's it. There we go. So again, you'd fold it over. That's right. Flip it over.
Okay.
Put the rule back on. Whoops, not that way round. That way round.
Sure.
And trim off the excess. And that gives you the opportunity to add on more of the pieces if you wanted to, or to leave it as it is.
Yeah.
I can't cut that. I'll have to do it this way. Oops. Now, I like this one because this one, again, is good for borders.
Yeah.
And for, sashing. Actually, you could make something, and you could use this for the sashing blocks. Sashing between blocks, I mean. There we go. Oh, it doesn't want to cut through that. There we go. Okay, so we've split that one in two, and then if I wanted to add another piece on there, I would use the pencil line again, just to add on the piece. But this is what I wanted to show you. So on these pieces here, in order to get So that's nicely joined together. But this, because we've done these, there we go, if I show you that, they match. So when I stitch this one on, I am gonna pin this one because this is risky for me to do this live on air without pins. If I can find my pin cushion, I will. Oh, do you know what? Let's do without pins, live dangerously and see what happens.
I like this.
Oh, okay, so this could be my whole sewing reputation for the rest of my life on here.
Oh, bless you. It'll be fine.
If it doesn't match, be merciful in your emails because that's it. So, from the top, stitch it on. Crumbs. Yes, it does match, I think. I'm just going to match up each seam as I'm going.
Okay.
So you can see it's you can hear it getting through all the layers of fabric.
Uh-huh.
I'm just matching up the seams as I'm going down here.
I bet it'll be fine, Josie.
Fingers crossed. Oh my word. In bright green thread as well, so it's not like you can miss it. Yay!
Ta-da! All good. I had faith in you, Josie.
That was a really close one. So you can see the kind of the concertina. That is how you use those rulers. Brilliant. So have I got time to show you how to do the borders?
I'll tell you what, yeah, if I quickly show you something we haven't seen and then we'll whiz back to you and then we'll have probably about 4-ish minutes.
Loads of time.
Okay. Excellent. So what we've got here, because again, you haven't seen this live yet, is we've got some beautiful half-metre pieces. And you're picking any two, and they are just lush, aren't they? There we go. So we can see you might get a yellow. There's a beautiful green. Look at that. Look at that. That one also, it almost looks like clouds on there. There's lovely swirls. Look at that one where we get lots of different sort of clashing colours. You'll find the names and everything on the website. Oh, this one's called Crystal Turquoise. Liking that. Next one. Royal Blue is this one. This one's Sea Blue. I can see the difference, yeah. Next one. This one is Leaf Mint Green. Bright green. We go on to a nice bright orange. Hang on a minute. Oh, Pastel Melt. Do you know what? I don't know why I see marshmallows. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Pastel Pink. Then we have Pastel Blue. There's a theme here. Pastel Purple, there you go. Pastel Yellow. That can't be pastel, surely. Variegated yellow, blue and green, that one, lovely. So you're picking any two for £13.49. 184910 is the item number. Right, you can also get the Steamer Steam. You get 2 rolls in there with a bit of black bias binding. Quite a nice piece, actually. A lot of you have been going for this. It's one of your essentials, really, isn't it? And that is £14.99. 175889 is your item number. Right then. So, yeah, 4 minutes exactly. Go, Josie.
Brilliant. I'll be reasonably fast then. So, the ideal way to do this is to iron them first. Don't be afraid to iron this with a really hot iron, no steam, and make sure that they're perfectly smooth.
Yeah.
Also, then, because they're so long, what you want to do is roll them up. So that you can roll them up absolutely all the way to the end. So there are 4 pieces, and because you're going to have a large quilt, this is my large quilt, which you can't see, but believe me, it's keeping me warm. So what you need to do is make sure that you have enough length. So I'm going to trim off the bias, ignore the bias.
Yeah.
The bias, the selvage, not the bias. And that, can you see how there? That is where you want to start pinning on your edge, because you can do it like an H, so that there would be a piece like that across it as well. Or
okay.
Like that. But you need to have that extra length on the end for your corners.
Okay.
Some people add those on perfectly. beforehand, I do them afterwards. So all you have to do, really, really straightforward, make sure that you've got a bit off the end, make sure it's long enough for the whole thing, all the way along. You can pin it if you want to, and if not, just start stitching. I start stitching a 1/4 inch in. So if you're not sure about 1/4 inch, measure it. But to be honest, I'm so used to doing this, a 1/4 inch just comes like second nature to me.
Right.
So here's the corner, and I'm going to do one corner, and then I'm going to do the same corner with a little bit of extra, and join them together and show you how to do a nice Y seam on a. Whoops. Okay. So there we go. Okay.
Yep.
So, tell you what, I'll speed that up a little bit. Otherwise, I'll be here for 3 months.
We've got 1.5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Right, okay. Take that off. No. Right, okay. And then you're going to put another piece across the top. Here's another piece. Across there.
Uh-huh.
I've never done it this fast in my whole life.
Sorry, Josie.
I'm sure that you have a clock. You've got, you've got 4 minutes, and then suddenly you've got 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do all the way down to the end here. Now, can you see how this navy blue, even though the sashing is actually black in this quilt, because I've looked for
it
through my UFOs, it still works because it's got black in the blue.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
Yep. So, without perfect measurements, I'm going to put the 2 edges together.
Yeah.
Pull them apart.
Oh, Josie, I think we're going to have to leave it there.
Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a video and put it on Facebook so I can do it properly.
That would be. I don't know how quickly you can. I don't know how quickly you can pop yourself back in vision, just so we can see you.
I can do.
She's on it. She's on it. It's just always nice to say goodbye to somebody's face. Don't panic, Josie. Don't panic. Bless you. Thank you so much. Fabulous demonstration. So sorry that we've run out of time, but thank you very much, Josie. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And that was Josie live via Skype. Make sure you watch this again on Rewind. It was cool. Next then, we've got double trouble because we've got Paula and Catherine together for Viva Decor. After that, it's the one-day special, and apparently I'm doing a bit of painting.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Calling all crafters, this is a Hochanda announcement. We would like to inform you that our Hochanda buying crew have been busy searching for incredible brand new products and show ideas to inspire and stimulate all your crafty senses. So, watch out for Aileen's Original, Doodle Duck Designs, Etchell, Rose May, Rocks and Chains, Caterpillar Cross Stitch, Tulip, The Skinny Field Company, the Isabel Craft Collection, Staedtler, Hunt the Moon, Haas Crafts and Star Glazers. We will be checking in our latest new product arrivals from 6 p.m. on Thursday the 21st of January. Gates close at 6 p.m. on Wednesday the 27th of January. So, join us on board flight Hochanda Air for our new arrivals event.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Well, hello, good afternoon. My name is Paula, and here at Hochanda we have got amazing shows of crafting and inspiration. We have got a very, very special guest, a really lovely, talented and inspirational lady, Catherine Starrock.
I'll pay you later, Paula. Thank you for that.
You don't have to.
Yes, it's a joy to be here this afternoon, actually, because I am just guesting today, which is fabulous. And one of my favourite things of all time, polymer clay.
It is indeed, and,
Yes.
and you are so passionate about all the things and how versatile polymer clay is.
Yeah, I certainly am. Do you know, I would love to see more shows here at Hochanda as well. Do you know, I'm a little bit rusty with it, to be honest, because I've done so many different things in between. But just to get the clay back out and start working those techniques again, I just love it. I love it. I am going to start with very basics today and build through, because we've got two shows today, so the techniques will kind of get not so much more difficult, but a little bit more in depth as we go along. But I don't want anybody to be frightened by polymer clay. That's the key. Just because you put it in an oven doesn't mean that you need any specialist tools or equipment. It's just a home oven.
A home oven, that's all you need. My pronunciation is shocking today. Well, lately in the last 20 years. Anyway, now we have got, of course, Viva the Core of polymer clay. Now, because Viva the Core is based in the continent, isn't it?
It's in Germany.
In Germany,
Yeah.
right. So it means that it is a little bit of an extended delivery. It will be dispatched from the 29th of January. Now, we have got the classic powder clay. Can you tell us a little bit about what is so special about the powder jewellery clay?
Well, Pardo clay, it just says jewellery clay on there, but you can use this for much more than jewellery. I mean, we're going to do lots of different techniques. I mean, you know by now, I think everybody knows I like to make my little characters and things as well. You can do all of those things. With the jewellery clay, it's a little bit firmer maybe than some other clays, but that doesn't matter. You can still work it in the same way. Basically, polymer clay is a plastic clay, and this particular type you do bake in the oven, but it's on a very, very low temperature. We'll cover all that in the demonstrations.
But just an introduction, you have got the Pardo clay, the pick and mix. You choose any 5. So it's a really nice selection of different colors. So you have got, for instance, well, mother of pearl, so that's the first one. Then you have got aventurine yellow, amethyst, tourmaline rose, blue zircon, ametrine. We have got red fire opal. Then we have got a jade. Then that's a beautiful green, isn't it? Anglesite, which I didn't know. That's a gorgeous blue. Then we have got onyx here. Then this one I need to kind of look up because I don't think it's olivine. It's a proper
colour. Yeah, it's like a
teal
petrol blue or a dark teal.
Then turquoise, so it's more of a blue. And then, oh, this one, yours will be complete. This one has been, we should put it like this. Catherine has had a little helping.
Do you know, it wasn't today either. That was from the last time we had these on air. And there may be a few more that disappear because I've not been given any new stock. So I've got permission to use what's on the counter. So you might find a few more that disappear later.
Yeah, all right. So then we have got all gold. Don't worry, yours will be complete. Catherine won't get into yours unless you invite it over, and then she will definitely get into platinum. Then we have got, I'm gonna look, this one is the gold. Then we have got the copper, so it has, and if I twist it, it has got a little bit of metallic, yeah. And then we have got the bronze. Then we have got, I believe this one is the white. And then the final 2, let's have a look here. We have got the silver and the grey jasper. So you have got a lot of different options. Whichever ones you want to go for, you check them. You can see them all online. You see which ones you like. You click them on, and $13.99 is a price for 5 of them. You can see them here how the pick and mix goes. So you look for the item number, which is 895 584, and then you check every single one of the 5 ones that you want to go for. So for instance, if you wanted the mother of pearl, maybe a pink, you could go for a tourmaline rose, and then maybe that beautiful jade, and then that gorgeous olivine. You know, there are so many different options for you to choose from. Remember, it's just 5 of them, but you know, 5 will give you plenty to play with. I would strongly recommend to go maybe for a white, so you can mix. Is that right?
Yes, I was hoping you were going to ask me for my preferences. I would suggest, do you know, you could go for your favourite colours, but if you're going for 5, while we've got the stock, because usually they're the first to sell out, the white and the black.
Okay.
And then I'm suggesting, very, very much like the paints actually, go for the primaries, because you can mix all these together and get your different shades. So your black will sort of darken a colour, the white will make it more pastel. They're great colours on their own. But yeah, if you go for the primaries, unless of course you want something like those metallics, the gold, the copper, because they've got a lovely effect in them. Oh. So if you can afford to go for more than one multiple, do so.
Well, that's true. You could have 2 sets as well. You could go for 2 sets of 5, and then you get 10. 895 584 is the item number for the purple clay. Then we have got a third translucent clay.
Yes.
So does this dry like more of frosted glass or something like that?
Do you know, that's a good way of describing it actually. Now when you see them in the packet there, they look quite strong because they're kind of pastel, but they look still quite strong. When these are baked, they will change. Now I will give you details about the baking temperatures, but you want to be careful not to over bake. Don't put the oven too high for these in particular, because they will darken as they bake. Now what you'll achieve with these, if you wanted to put them around a glass or something like that, you could put a tea light in there and it will allow the light to go through there. So yes, a bit like a frosted glass. They're great as well for putting together, you're making faux gems, or things like opal or tiger's eye, you know, your semi-precious stones or your non-precious stones, but those with the beautiful effects in.
That's gorgeous. Now here you're choosing 4 of your choice. So let's have a look at the options. So this one is translucent agate. agate.
Yeah.
There we have got, so we can see that's the kind of white. Then we are going to go down, and then we have got the gorgeous yellow transparent, beautiful lemon. Then we have got the transparent orange. You can see that it's like a coral.
That's
color.
a beautiful colour, isn't it?
Gorgeous. Then we have got here the transparent red, which is a lovely pink. Are they true to colour once they cook?
They will darken a little bit and they will change because of the translucency. But use that as a guide, obviously, but you'll get different combinations depending on how you work with them and what you mix them with as well.
Indeed. Now going down, so we are going to start with the gorgeous pink transparent or transparent pink. You can see it here. And then we have got the transparent lilac. Then we are going to the transparent blue, aqua. Whoever has arranged these ones in color, I give them a top marks because they have done a very, very good job. Love starting at the yellow and then transparent blue. So that one is the light blue. This one is the aqua, which is weird because I would have said the other way around. And that's all right. Yeah. And then you have $10.99 is your price, 801-587 is your item number. Remember, you choose 4 of these ones. Now we have got, we are going to have a look at the website to see exactly what else we have got there, including the powder roller there. £13.99 gives you that roller that Catherine loves to use. Now that wax cotton core roll, it's a pick and mix as well. You choose whichever two. They are perfect for jewelry making, but also for Catherine has all these ideas about mixed media as well. And if you have got any necklace that you make with, of course, jewelry clay or polymer clay, they will be perfect to use that wax cord. Now, there are other items like the varnish. There is also the stardust. There is the Inca gold paste. All products by Viva Decor, and you know the quality. It's one of those companies, isn't it, Catherine, that Viva Decor, that they are quite innovative. So they were the first ones to bring the paste as well, and then, you know, aqua water-based as well.
And obviously when it comes to the paints and the pastes as well, the waxes there, they are water-based, by the way, so you can paint with them, you can do all those wonderful techniques. They are absolutely brilliant on your polymer clay, whether it's baked polymer clay or unbaked. You can apply it before they go in the oven if you want.
So we can use water-based paints and things like that to the polymer clay before it's baked?
Yeah, you certainly can. Also things like your alcohol inks as well are very, very good with polymer clay. Do you know, I have brought some with me. I don't think we'll see it in this hour, but if we've got time later on, I can't promise, but we'll maybe see if we can do something with those later. But there's so many different techniques, and I don't want to sort of jump in with something that's too involved, so we are going to start at the beginning. Now, polymer clay, to me, is probably the most versatile clay because it's unbelievable what you can achieve with it. The different effects, the way you can mix them together, you know, whether you're putting them in moulds, whether you're hand creating something, whether you're making jewellery, there's so much you can do with it. Now, it is very, very different to an air dry clay. It's a completely different clay. It's heavier. It does need to be baked, this particular clay. And it's much firmer as well. With the air dry clay, it's very lightweight and it's very soft. If I just break this apart, I've got to be honest, this has been in the back of my van.
I was going to say.
Yeah, it's like a fridge. And the temperature will affect the clay. So I shouldn't have really left it in there because we've had below freezing temperatures. So it can get a little bit crumbly. If that ever happens, add a little bit of Vaseline or maybe vegetable oil or baby oil. Just a tiny bit, and work that into the clay, and that will help revive it. Now, I do have, some of you may have spotted it already, I'm not sure. I've got my trusty pasta machine with me. Now, if you do have a pasta machine at home that you do not use for pasta, don't mix it with your food. Get it out and use it with your polymer clay, because that I would not be without. Now, I could do everything that I'm doing today just with my hands, and I will explain why and how, but I am going to use this for speed and also for some of the techniques as well. So you can see just breaking apart some of the clay here. You can see it's still crumbly a little bit, but I'm conditioning it.
Does the polymer clay like warmer temperatures more than colder temperatures?
It depends how warm.
Okay.
So if you're working in the summer and you're sat in your conservatory and it's 100 degrees in there, it's going to be too hot for the clay. It's going to make it go very soft, and it won't hold its shape in the same way. If it's very, very cold, you need to warm it up, and that's what we do. That's why we condition it. So I'm basically warming the clay up. Now, the easiest way is, as I say, with a pasta machine, and what you get with the pasta machine is a dial on the side
which enables you to open out the rollers in there. They can go very thin or they can open out a little bit. Depending on the machine, depends which way the rollers go. On this one, if I put mine on number 1, it's the widest setting. Yeah. Some machines it's the opposite, so you'll be able to see that. And you can see this is the widest setting. If I just roll this through here, not only is this softening it up for me, but there is also lots of techniques I can do. Once I get it going, I close those rollers a little bit and I start to roll that through and really work that, and very, very quickly, and I'm going thinner again now, look what's happening. Look at the sheets of clay that I'm getting there. And I can make all sorts with those thin sheets of clay.
It's
do
so
lots of
satisfying.
techniques. It is. And you can pick up a pasta machine for very little money if you do look online. We don't have them here. We don't sell them here. I think probably because, you know, they are readily available so easily. But what I'm going to do, my very first technique, if I didn't have the pasta machine at all, what I would be using is my rollers. Now, if you're going for the rollers, these are acrylic rollers, and you get a hollow one and you get a solid one as well. Now, you can use either for the techniques I'm doing, but the hollow one, if you don't want to put so much pressure and weight on, probably use the hollow one. If you want to really sort of put the pressure on, go with the solid one, okay? But they both work. So if I was working with this without the pasta machine, I would just use maybe the solid roller just to keep sort of playing with this and rolling it and kneading it and getting that nice and soft. And what you're looking for, and although I can tell by the feel of this, it's probably still wants to warm up a little bit more. If I just show you, if I roll this out into more of a sausage, let's just squash that back together. What you're looking for is when it's nice and malleable, if you flex the clay, you don't want to see any cracking or breaking. Okay, if I bent that and I go backwards and forwards a little bit and I saw that clay cracking apart, I know it's not warm enough. When I can bend it and it stays solid, then it's good to go. Perfect. Okay, but we are going to use the pasta machine, and I'm going to explain how to do this by hand as well. And I'm also going to use 2 colours of clay. So we're going with the white jewellery clay and the yellow. I don't know the official name for it, but it's white and yellow. It's like an egg yolk yellow, isn't it? So I'm just going to quickly warm this up again just by going through the pasta machine a couple of times more. And I'm putting it on the thin roller guide because that is going really, really thin, and it's squashing down that clay and warming it up a little bit faster. Do the same with the yellow. So just roll that through as well. Just get that going. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to change that guide to
so if you
a
want to go for
wider
the roller, we
Yeah.
have got them, the details on the screen, £13.99. If you don't have a pasta machine, you can, of course, use that. There you can see it. And, of course, it's something that even if you have got a pasta machine, it will be so much handier to have
Definitely.
them. We have had a lovely email as well, Catherine, from Anthony.
Oh!
Anthony Menes, of course. Right, so he said that he had to email in because he was part of clay. And he used with his 2 sons. He used it the other day in molds. And I told them to pop the packet of clay in their pockets for half an hour before we use them. They look at me like I was crazy, but the body heat makes the clay more pliable.
I haven't said what I normally say, but now she's emailed in. If you're a lady, the best place to put your clay is down your bra to get it warm. And seriously, or put it in a plastic bag and sit on it, because it's like you're hatching an egg. If you sit on it or put it in your pockets, it makes it warm. It's true. Honestly, if anybody's watching who used to come to my clay workshops, email in and just confirm that is what we used to do in the workshop.
I was going to say I put it between my legs. That's even worse.
There is a couple of other little tricks as well. You don't ever want to put your clay on a radiator, because if it was really hot, it would bake it.
Yeah.
You could use a hot water bottle with a cover on and sit it on there to warm it through as well. That will help speed things up. But the easiest way is definitely with the pasta machine.
Yeah.
But if you don't have one, just the roller. So I'll start off with the roller just to show you rolling out. Always work from a glass mat or a piece of marble or granite, something, or a tile is really, really good. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to roll that yellow one. So they're roughly the same thickness. And I'm not working in large amounts. Now, something that we don't have on today's show, which we will hopefully get them back in stock again, are the blades. Now, I've got all sorts of demos lined up to use these, and I'm going to try and cut down on the amount I use these, simply because we haven't got them on the show. But lots of you have already got them. If you haven't, for this next step, you can use a craft knife, but I don't always use a craft knife for things. So just because we haven't got those, I'll use the craft knife now. So I don't need to be neat about this, but I'm going to cut a triangle Is that an isosceles triangle where it has the square top? It's not really a triangle because it's got
it's
four sides. Might be a rhombus. Let's go to a proper triangle instead,
Yeah.
just so we're not confusing anybody. And then I'm going to do the same with the white. So let's make a triangle out of this as well, or near enough. Don't have to be accurate. Now you may have seen me do this with air dry clay as well, with a rolling pin. There's a little bit of black clay got in there, but I'm not going to worry about that. In fact, I'm going to rub it in and you'll see why I'm not worried about that in a second. Now if you haven't got the pasta machine, you are going to use your roller again, and I would suggest the heavier one. And you're going to start to roll. And what you will do, once you've rolled it flat and you can see that seam has flattened down, you're going to fold in half and you're going to roll again. Okay, now if it does start to stick to your rolling pin a little bit, spritz with a bit of water. Rather than corn flour, a bit of water would be good. And you're going to keep doing that, and every time you fold over, because those lines aren't straight, you're going to start mixing the colours. Now for speed, because it will take a while if I don't do this with the pasta machine.
So if we didn't have the pasta machine, we kept going.
You keep going with the roller. So I would start on the widest setting first of all. I'm going to send that through the machine a few times. I'm going to bring it in every now and again so you can see what's happening. Every time it goes through the machine, or every time I roll it, I'm going to fold it in half and go again. When I've done that a few times, and there's no set amount, I'm going to narrow down the rollers in the pasta machine. I'm going to do exactly the same thing again. So it doesn't, when you're folding it, because the rollers, it's hard to explain actually, don't fold it across that way. Whichever way the lines are where the colours met, you want to fold.
Yeah, you want to keep the white side to the white, fold it against the white side, and the yellow side against the silver.
Now what's happening, because you didn't have a straight line, you can see yellow is the prominent colour obviously, because there wasn't so much white. Now you can see where that little bit of black was, but that's going to start disappearing. And you just keep going and you keep going, and you'll start to get a blend. So what you find in here is, the more I roll this through, the lighter one end is, and then you'll go to a medium colour, to a dark colour at the end. So I'm just, am I going a bit fast for our director? So I'm just going to keep going and going and going. Now I've only used two colours here, and it's a very gradual blend. So we've got the lighter through to the darker, and that's fine. But if I wanted more of a blend, I could have gone with much more white and much less yellow. But what I'm going to do with this now is make something that I gave a hint about on my Facebook page, which is a teeny tiny little rose.
Yeah. Look at that. It's just so pretty.
So, and everybody can achieve this, and I'm doing this without any specific, you know, proper rose cutters or anything like that. So there's different ways you can do it, and the reason I've gone with the blend is because I want the darker colour in the centre, and then I'm going to work out to the lighter colour petals.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I have got some little cutters here, but if you don't have these, it doesn't matter again, because what I would do with these, I'm going to do it both ways. I'm going to cut maybe, I'll cut 5 at the darker, maybe go with 5 more where we've got the blend where it's a little bit, I'll just do a couple of extra just for good luck, and then we'll go with some lighter ones as well. I'm not going to use all of these. You can use bottle tops, you could draw, you know, you could cut around a die or something like that as well if you don't have anything that will cut your little circles.
Oh, could you use like maybe you know, a pen lid? Okay.
You could try that. You need something. If you've got a pen lid that you don't need anymore, cut the other end off it so you can push out the clay. Try that. Try that. But you can get all sorts of cutters. They're readily available very easily online, so you can do that. Now what I'm going to do is get a piece of wire. This is florist wire. Doesn't have to be a florist wire, it can be whatever wire you want really, but this is very, very fine, so I'm going to put this into 4 and just twist it because I want a little end on there. Now I'm going to give everybody a nice tip, and that is polymer clay. If your hands are really warm and you're working with small amounts, it can start to stick to your fingertips.
Right.
Okay, so if you wear a silicone glove, silicone is non-stick.
Of course. So not latex, silicone.
Silicone. Well, latex or silicone will work actually, but silicone is a non-stick. I'm just getting a new one out because that one's inside out. I do this all the time. Put them on, pull them off, and they're inside out, and then I can't get them the right way. So if you've got, which you should have, I'm sure, some gloves, latex or silicone, they want to fit nice and tight. You don't want wrinkly ones.
Okay, so get them small.
Yeah, so I'm only putting one on one hand, and I'm going to take a little bit of the darker colour that I've rolled out and roll a little ball with this. There's no reason for wearing the gloves other than that it'll help stop it sticking. It's not because the clay is going to do any damage to my skin or anything. Let me just get the right end in there. So I've got that little twist in the end, and I'm just going to put the clay bud onto the end of the wire. Now I don't have to keep this on here, but this is acting as a tool for me. So that's my starting point. So I'm making a little centerpiece. You could use a proper stamen actually. If you've got a stamen, you could work around that as well. Okay, now polymer clay, there are occasions where I do use glue, but normally I don't, because I want it to stick to itself, and it will stick to itself. Now you can use, this is an FMM mat, you can use mats to work on and your tools, but because I'm starting with the basics, I want people to be able to achieve something without having to go out and buy all these tools. So all I'm going to do is take one of the darker pieces, and I'm just using my finger and thumb just to squash very thinly one side, and that's all I'm doing. I'm going to pick up the wire and I'm going to wrap that around my wire, okay? And each time, you can see how it sticks, each time I'm just pinching at the bottom of the cone shape that I've made, just so it holds onto the wire itself and it starts to shape it. Then I'm going to go with another one, and you want to start with the darkest and work your way out. So usually I work in, 3 petals on the first round, then go to 5, and then go to 5 again, and make the petals a little bit bigger, or pinch them out a little bit more as I go. So what I'm doing here is forming the centre of my flower. You can curl the petals a little bit if you want, but this could also be a bud, so you might want to keep it very tightly wound. Okay, so I'll just work again. And as you can see, because I've got these gloves on, the clay isn't sticking to my fingertips, and the more I pinch that, the thinner it goes and the more realistic it will look. The first time you do this, I would suggest, don't worry too much about getting the clay too thin. Try more to get the technique of making the flower. Don't worry about the thickness of the clay. Just get the technique. You can always roll that clay up and use it again.
And like that, it's just a bud, a rose
just
bud.
a bud.
So you can do all sorts of stages.
Exactly.
Of a rose.
So if I wanted to leave that one there, I could do, but I'm going to keep building just to make a bigger flower. Now at this stage, because I'm working quite small, I have got some tools here, which I'm going to show you how to make your own tools a little bit later. This is just a ready-made tool, and you can see I can use that for shaping. If your fingertips are a little bit large, if you're working in miniature, then of course you can use the tool as well. And this is exactly the same technique, even if you're making bigger flowers. Make them in the same way. I'm just using very small amounts of clay, simply because I haven't got much clay and I don't want to be pinching it off the counter.
You don't mind.
Just building up again. So now I'm working towards a medium-sized rose. So I think if you just have a look at the petals we've got here now, you can see it coming together. Still working with one of the darker colours. Now I will, as I'm doing this, I'll tell you about baking the clay as well. The instructions are on the back of the pack.
Okay.
If you've got a fan oven, reduce it by 10 degrees.
Okay.
But normally you wouldn't put polymer clay in the oven for anything more than 130. With this particular brand, I usually do bake at 130. If it's a fan oven, 120.
Okay.
And that is all you need. So it's very, very low in heat. And it only takes 30 minutes, regardless of whether you're making something very small or you're making something larger.
That doesn't matter either the thickness of the polymer.
No, and there are occasions where sometimes I will bake something and then I want to add to it, but I need it to, the structure to hold. So I would bake and then add more clay to it and then bake it again.
Can you do it, so you mean in the stages, so you would bake it for 10 minutes, then add it? Or?
No, I'd bake it for the full 30.
Yeah.
And then I would add to it and bake it again. Once it's been baked once, it won't burn. But if you put a piece of clay in the oven for the very first time and you get the temperature wrong, then you could burn it.
Oh, I see.
But it doesn't matter if you've baked once and you go again.
Yeah.
So now, if I look at this, I've got 4 petals on here, I think. So I've got one more to go on. So we'll just do this one more. We'll stop at the medium size, because I think you've got a little bit of a recap to do. I'm going to go with a slightly lighter petal just so you can see the difference.
I have got another question, because since you are the kind of clay queen and the resin queen, once you have made all these little flowers, say, and then you bake them, once they have cooled down, could we encase them into resin?
Definitely. That would look amazing, actually. You could make little paperweights or jewellery.
That's what I was thinking.
So pop these into your moulds.
Yeah.
Maybe with your resin, put a little bit of resin in first, then put your clay flowers in and then top up with your resin. They would look brilliant. They really, really would. Right, now I'm on the last petal. What I'm going to show you here is I've been overlapping, so I'm just going to use the last petal. I'm overlapping again. If I just tilt that down a little bit so you can see.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to put that one on there, and then I'm going to tuck the other side of that petal. I'll just get my tool, it might be easier for you to see. I'm going to tuck that inside the first petal. So you get that natural sort of rotation of petals, and I've purposely gone with a lighter colour there just so you can see the difference. What I would normally do is go with the slightly darker one there and then go with the lighter ones all around the outside, but I want you to see, although it wasn't that obvious, the blend there, how the colours change.
Oh, it is gorgeous.
And then with this one again, you can see that one I've put together. And that is ready to go. Now if I wanted to put that onto a piece of jewellery or something, I could just take that away from the wire.
Ah, right.
Okay, I could bake it, I could bed it into something, I could put it into the resin, I could do lots of different things. I could make them into earrings or necklaces or all sorts of different things. So that's making a very simple rose with a very simple blend.
Yeah, and that is absolutely stunning. And I'm not sure about you, but I always just want to play. The reason is also, that, of course, by the email that, for instance, our Anthony has sent in, it's like it's a perfect craft to use with your children as well. It's something that I remember when I was little, well, I'm still little, but, you know, littler, littler. I remember starting, I bought a earring pair of little roses, exactly like the one that you have shown, and I wore it for ages. And that's another thing, this once that is cured, or once it's actually baked, it will last and be super durable as long as you take care. It wasn't something that also, imagine that you could do roses with leaves. Remember that you have got to pick and mix, so check out your baskets now for whatever colors you want. As Catherine was saying, the white, maybe go for white and black, and then maybe a pink or a red and a green, yellow and a blue, which are the primaries. So then you can mix them and matching them and create all sorts of wonderful mix. However, there are metallics there as well. So have a look on the website and check out your baskets. £13.99 is your price, £8.95. 584 is your item number. Then we have got the same clay, but in a translucent finish into it. So it's like kind of frosted, I would say more like parchment and vellum, you know, the color one. So that kind of achieved that result with clay. That means that if you wanted to have something that you want to make very flat and put it against the window, for instance, something to hang, the light will still go through, or a battery operated tea light as well. You could do something again like that. $10.99 is your price. You choose 4 of these ones. You have got white, yellows, reds, of course you have got blues, aquas, and of course you have got the lilacs there as well. Whichever one you want to, well, remember it's a choice of 4. $10.99 is the price, 801587. Now, one of those items, it was it the other, I don't know, a couple of months ago, I needed this product. I had my favorite gorgeous, how you call it, necklace, and I kind of just wore it too much and it broke. And this is the thing that you kind of, to make necklaces, if you want something like a pendant that you have made with polymer clay or resins and things like that, and you have got something that illuminated a little bit heavier, this is fabulous because it's a wax cotton cord roll. The wax means that it kind of slides through the beads better, or the beads will have some movement if you wanted to. If you want to secure them, you can use kind of those little beads that you kind of snap to secure the pendant or beads. The great thing about this one is you are choosing 2 colors, and you have got beautiful color options here. You have got the classic black, which is one of the ones that I would go, because then you know that it will go with everything. But you have got then the gorgeous ochre there. You have got the greens, you have got a beautiful, beautiful dark blue, kind of a navy blue next. Then we have got, and these are difficult to find because when I had to fix my necklace, I had to go for black. That was the only thing that it was. And then we have got the cream, which I would definitely think that's a very, but this is my favorite. It's a turquoise color, absolutely stunning. Then we have got a kind of a blush pink, I would say. It's a salmon, see, it's coral salmon. And then we have got the blackberry next, which is a deep aubergine color. Now, you're getting 25 meters and is 1 millimeter in thickness, which is perfect because it's one of the thinner ones, but still has got a lot of strength. $10.99 is the price. 143846 is your item number. And of course, they are brilliant for mixed media as well, and to hang paintings and so all sorts of things. Then we have got the varnish. Now, the varnish, if I'm not mistaken, Catherine, is this something that we put after we have baked it?
After you've baked it, yes. I believe we've got a gloss and a matte one there.
I believe.
Are they both the same this time?
They are
Sometimes it varies on the
both
bundle
the
they put
same, I
on.
believe.
Okay.
Let me double check.
Right,
Oh.
well, it is transparent. It looks milky in the pot, but it will dry super clear. Now, there is a difference between your varnishes that you'd use on other products. Always use, wherever possible, a proper varnish for polymer clay. The reason being, I know in the past I've heard people say, oh, I just put clear nail varnish on my clay to give it a nice shine. Yeah, it looks great when you first do it, but it will start to react with the clay. It will start to eat into the clay. So always, where you can, use a proper varnish. That is your transparent. I'm not sure if that is the gloss.
I think this
or
is the gloss.
matte.
Yeah,
It's the glossy one. So it's going to give you a little bit of a shine. Okay, so yes, always when you've baked your clay. You don't have to use that, by the way. You can leave it matte, your clay, if you wish. But if you want to protect it or give it that gloss effect, that's what you need.
Would we use a roller brush?
Just a little brush, a nice small paintbrush, and just paint it on in thin coats. I would probably go with one thin coat and then a second coat, but you don't want to really plaster it because you don't want to fill in, especially if you've made flowers, you want to fill in where the petals are. You want to keep it looking very delicate.
So if we say, for instance, one of your characters that, the lovely characters that you make, for instance, we wanted just to make the eyeballs a little bit glossy and the teeth.
Yes.
Could we do that? Just
Definitely.
go on the spot with it.
That is what I tend to do, actually. If I'm doing the characters, I prefer the matte look of the clay, so I tend not to varnish, apart from shiny noses, eyes, shoes on a character or something like that. So yes, you can definitely pick out those areas.
Fabulous. £10 for both sets, or both pots in there. 589711 is your item number. Then we have got more from Viva Decor. We have got Inca Gold. We have got here a set of 3. Now, they are fabulous. Whenever I see Viva Decor, I always think it's quality. I always think of Inca Gold, and I also think of that beautiful luster. This one is the Inca Gold Premium. And we get in the antique silver, old gold, and copper. Rose gold, sorry. How do we use it, Catherine?
With those, they're a premium paste. You can see it on there, fine metal, so they've got that beautiful metallic finish. You can go onto your baked clay. These are not just for clay, by the way. These will work on all different projects. But you can also go onto your wet clay as well. I'm saying wet. It isn't really wet, but it's just unbaked. That's what I mean by wet clay. So this is your premium. It's very thin. It spreads very, very easily. You can mix the colours. You can blend it. They are beautiful. There is a difference between that one and the ones we've got in the pots. I would use this if you want that spread very, very fine and you want that really, high sheen. But just a fabulous quality. That's what they are. And you've got beautiful colours in there as well.
Yeah, the gorgeous colours as well. It's going to have a siesta. £23.99 is the price. 218159 is the item number. Then we have got Mayo Gold, and we have got a pick and mix of different colours here. Now, this is, I have seen you use that very often, don't you?
Yes, I usually have these on the jewellery shows. So when we've done the castings, whether it's the resin or the clay, then I use the Maya Gold to paint and use those effects. So they are perfect. Again, great for your polymer clay. I would put the paint on when the clay is baked. With the waxes, you can put it on either wet or dry. With the paint, I would tend to use that more when the clay is baked, and then just paint the surfaces. But if you've got any embossed surfaces, and we'll come back to that at some point, whether it's this show or the next one, the detail you can pick out with the paints and the waxes is just incredible.
The different colours that we have got here are champagne, then we have got gold, which is a rose gold, I would say. Then we have got the silver. It's a stunning silver. It's a proper silver here. Emerald, look at that. Oh, this is just amazing. This is blue. This is rose. I mean, this is like a lapis lazuli. This is rose, so I kind of mix it up, and you can see that the rose coming through it here as well. So you just want to show, yeah. Then we are going to go down because it's just beautiful. This is the lilac, so you can see the lilac mixing it up there. Then the producer wants me to mix them up. You can see there. Then magenta. Then we have got the avocado. Like, if avocado looked like this, I would actually eat it.
I think that's my favourite colour out of them all, the avocado.
The avocado, yeah, I can see it. This one is rose gold, so let me shake it a little bit more, but you can see it here, the gorgeous, kind of warm of the red. This one is, which one is that one? Apple green. Then we are moving on to hematite, which is, oh, look at that, gorgeous. Then we're going down, so shall we go this way? This is aubergine. See, every single one of them is absolutely stunning. And then we have got cappuccino. Oh my goodness, that is just stunning, isn't it? You can see there the different colors coming through it. And then we have got, so what is this? Then we have got gray. Then we have got the gorgeous, let me see, orange gold. And then we are going to petrol. And if you're wondering between blue and petrol, you can see there is a definite, this is more yellow, a little bit, the petrol. The blue has got more like a darker tone to it. And then finally the turquoise there. Again, I think it's even more of a yellow tone in the turquoise rather than in the gorgeous blue. Now, if you want to go for this, it's a pick and mix of two. $11.99 is your price. 563457 is your item number. Water-based, beautiful pearlescent paint. Then we have got the Stardust next in here, and oh, Maya. Now this one. Is it darker tones or is it finer kind of
It's
mica?
slightly different. One is more of a satin finish with the shimmer in there. One is more of a metallic finish. The Stardust is a little bit more satin, but just as beautiful. Really, you can mix the two together as well. So I would say don't worry too much whether you're going for the Stardust or the Maya Gold. Go for the colours that you prefer.
They are both water-based, aren't they? Yeah. So you could mix them up as well.
Yes.
So you have got a pick and mix of two. This is a night blue. Then we have got copper. Then we have got here, this is cacao. Then we have got avocado. Oh, I see. If I get avocado from the previous one, I think this one was it. Can you see? So Maya Gold, can you see the difference between them? So this one is a Stardust and this is avocado, the same color on the Maya Gold. So you can see exactly what Catherine was referring there. Then we have got the turquoise. I think this is my new favorite.
They are beautiful. I would suggest, even though they're water-based, give them a really good mix before you use them because they do settle a little bit, but they are stunning. And they spread so beautifully as well. I mean, it takes very little paint to go a long way.
Indeed. And then we have got the magenta. Then we are having here the gorgeous champagne. Oh, that's gorgeous. Then we have got gold, absolutely stunning. Then we have got silver here. Then we have got the other option here is ice blue, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And then finally rose. Now, all these options, you choose whichever two you like for $10.99. 189160 is your item number. And then we have got the Inca Gold paste here. Now, this is the first product I remember hearing from Viva Decor, is the paste, and we have got that gorgeous luster in here. They are water-based as well.
They are water-based, yes. They make the most wonderful paints as well. You can blend them beautifully, Paola, if you want to mix the colours together. You can paint with them just by adding a little bit of water. You could use them through your stencils, of course, as well. So many, many uses. They are gorgeous.
Now, I have heard many times not to remove this completely when you get it home. Keep it. What do you do?
Try and keep it there. But yes, I have lost one or two of mine. If ever you do leave the lid off, and you do dry those up, there is a way of reviving them, though.
How?
Break them up. Because I've done this myself. I've left the lid off completely and forgotten about it for 3 days, and then come back and found it's dried up. Break up I'm saying wax, but it is water-based. Break it all up, mix into a paste with some warm water, some quite hot water, not boiling, but quite hot, and a little bit of glycerin.
Okay.
And just stir it all together and make a smooth paste, and it's good to go again.
Fabulous. And also, I heard that you shouldn't put your fingers in it. Just mix it up with a clean tool.
Use a tool. Do you know, this is going to sound awful, but it can be true. I've never had it happen with mine yet, but I've heard this. Actually, it was Anthony that told me about this, Anthony Minis. If you keep dipping your fingers in there, and you naturally have, you know, bacteria all over the place, don't you? If you keep doing that, you could transfer bacteria into the pots, and they may start to grow mould if you've got them contaminated. I have used my fingers in there. I've never found ever that I've had that issue, but I do like to use brushes to brush on as well. I get a really good control with the brushes.
That's the trick, just to use clean tools to dip in it. So the different options that we have got here, we have got, I believe this is copper or bronze. I cannot see so we have got copper, bronze, and this one would be copper or all gold. Well, I'm not going to go through the colors because I cannot read them, so you would have different options. Whichever ones you go for, you will have a beautiful luster there, the beautiful colors as well. You choose whichever two you like. £12 and £8.58. You can use this as a gilding wax, but of course, being water-based means that it has no odors. You can see them on the website. The item number is 038521. On the website, though, you will find them. And then you can pick and choose exactly whichever colors. Now that, if you want to go for this set, well, remember that, for instance, the turquoise, the copper, the orange, orange, that's what it was, gold brown, the platinum. Platinum is one of my favorites because you can mix it up and use it as a mother of pearl or whitener as well. The cobalt blue is absolutely stunning, as is the ice blue, graphite and ink. All of them, well, gorgeous. You choose whichever two are your favorite, and $12.99 is your $10.99 was it? Is your price for them. Right, you can see them here, the details. So it's $12.88. I said two prices and none of them were correct. $12.58 with a £3 saving. Right? Are you ready for the next demo?
I am, yes. Now, one of my favourite techniques with polymer clay is to make the canes, and the best way to describe it is, you know, when you get a stick of rock and it has a word through it.
Yeah.
And if you've ever seen rock being made, you start with big chunks of boiled sugar, and then they're rolled out thinner and thinner and thinner, and they stretch. It's basically the same technique with your clay, so you can build all sorts of intricate patterns, do some amazing techniques. But of course, starting at the beginning, you want to start with a very simple cane. If I just show you this one first of all, if anybody remembers seeing the peacock that I had on Azuri show, this was a cane that I made with a peacock feather effect in there.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, and that, you know, it was so easy to do, but I'm not going to show you that this time because there's a lot of different colours in there. So we're going to start with very, very basic techniques. We might sort of take the cane that I make and use it in the later show as well and expand on it. So to do a very, very simple cane, I'm only working with limited colours here rather than pinching from the counter.
Can I ask a question about the canes? Because once you do the cane, do you have to use it all in one day, or you can leave it? Oh, perfect.
No, polymer clay, actually, it's a good point, and I did mean to say this at the beginning. Polymer clay is not an air dry clay. It does need the oven. So what I would say is keep it in a plastic bag or a box so that you don't get fluff on there, or if you've got pets, you might get dog or cat hair on there. So you just don't want that to happen. But no, it will not dry out. So you can keep that. And in fact, because this is nice and firm, when I slice that through, I can take the very, very thinnest of slices. In fact, too thin there. I'm trying to do it back to front for the camera. And you can work with those very, very thin slices. So you can keep using that. So keep it, you know, dust free, but it will last and last and last. Now, to start with a very, very basic cane, I've already prepped a little bit. I've got a sausage of white clay there. Okay, I'm not going to say you need to roll it out to a certain thickness. I'm going to make that a little bit thicker just to make it easier for everybody to see. So I'll just squash that in from the ends a little bit and roll that again. Okay, and then I've got some yellow and some black, just because they're the colours I've got to hand. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut the ends off there, make it a little bit neater, and I'm going to slice into this. Now if you haven't got these blades, you try and use a craft knife, but you really want a longer blade, and I don't really want to say start using razor blades and things. Try and get hold of the appropriate blades. with a craft knife, you may find that it just squashes the clay flat. Okay, so I put a little slither. It's kind of, I've mixed that colour up. This is the other thing with polymer clay. There is never any waste. Any offcuts can be mixed together, and you can create all sorts of different shades of brown, or if it was a yellow and a blue that you mix together, obviously you're going to get a green. But what I've done there, I put a little line part way through my roll of white, and I'm just going to roll that on the desk again, just so that gives me a nice smooth surface again, so you can see it's nice and level all the way around. Okay, then I'm going to take, I think we'll go with the yellow one first. I'm going to take the yellow, I've already cut that to a certain width, so I'm just going to trim this down to fit, and I'm going to roll with the yellow. You can do this with your roller or a pasta machine. As I roll that over where the two meet, I'm then just going to cut the clay through, so I've got that natural sort of seam line. Okay, you will see that seam line to start with, but it will disappear in a little while. Okay, so just using a finger and a thumb, I can smooth that out a little bit. I'll come back to that and clean that up a little bit more in a while. So now we've got kind of we're starting with that stick of rock, aren't we? Then I'm going to go with the black as well. Do exactly the same thing. And depending on the thickness of the clay, you'll get different techniques. So I've kept these two about the same thickness, but you could go with a really thick bit of the black if you wanted to, and you could go with more colours. It's entirely up to you. Now the next stage, it's going to look really messy. Okay. It won't look right to start with, and it will look as though the ends are disappearing into themselves. You know, it'll look very odd, but you will always get that, and as I say, there's never any waste. What I need to do now I've rolled those together, there will be air trapped in between those layers, so you need to remove that air. So first of all, I'm just going to roll it smooth, then I'm going to press down on the ends to flatten them down a little bit. Then I'm going to start to condense this. So I'm pushing in from the ends, rolling, pushing in from the ends and rolling. And you can make other shapes. You could make triangles, you could make squares, you know, you can use different tools. We're going to stay with a round piece of clay first of all. Another good tip is if you've got an acrylic block, use that. This is how you'd get your squares and your triangles. You could use the block to sort of shape from the sides as well. So all I'm doing is condensing this down. It's kind of a little bit, well, that's a bit back to front because I'm going to thin it out again. But if I don't do this, I would find that there was air bubbles trapped in there and gaps maybe between the clay. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen. So I'm only working with quite small bits here. You can work with really large pieces. So when I can feel, and you can feel it, you can tell if there's any gaps in there when you roll it. It's feeling a little bit firmer now, so I'm going to start to thin it out again. So using the heel of my hand, I'm just going to roll and try and keep that level. If you go more one side than the other, you'll start to thin out one side. So you need to keep it nice and neat. Now this is where the ends are going to start disappearing into themselves. Can you see?
Yep, absolutely.
So don't worry too much about that. If it really annoys you, just take your blade and cut that off. But what's happening now, look, I'm seeing that pattern, and this is a very, very simple pattern. This is going to turn into a flower petal. But I can make that so small. So what I'll do, I'll just take I'll cut that into 3, just so I can keep one that size, and then I'm going to work with another one. And now, because I've got a smaller piece, I'm just going with fingertips. Again, trying to keep that pressure even. You will find, again, the ends will probably distort a little bit. But let's just keep rolling down.
Wow.
Okay.
It's magical. I mean, I have seen you do this before, but I still get like, oh, so pretty.
So now if I show you, you can still see the pattern, but it's getting smaller and smaller, and we can go even thinner.
I have another question. So if we wanted to shape them more like petals, for instance, do you shape them while they are in a cane, or do you shape them when you have already cut them?
You are best to shape them in a cane, because what I'm going to do with these, and I will have to do some of this in between the shows, I'm now going to pinch the top of that cane. So now it looks like a petal at that end, okay? If I turn it around, I need to do the same at the other end. Now I can see where the 2 points are. Now I know I've got to sort of flatten that top bit out, because I don't want to twist the cane. I want to make sure that I've got the point at both ends. So if I wanted a petal shape, I could now cut into that. If I just trim, always keep trimming the edges off, because that's where you'll see the distortion. But you'll naturally get those petals coming through. Now, because I've changed the size of these, I'm not left myself much to play with. But if I just cut 1 or 2 of these out, I really wanted 5 or 6, and I've only got 3 there, but I can do another one in between the shells. You would then start to put these together to form your petals. Okay. Now, if I wanted a different colour centre, let's go with a bit of the yellow. I'm going to go with... This is so magical when you see it happen. You won't grasp this. If you've never seen this before, you will not grasp it at this moment. You need to come back at 7 o'clock and see the rest of it.
Alex, of course, will be joining Catherine at 7 o'clock for that one. Do not miss out.
Okay, so what I would do, I'm going to make another half to this, and I'm going to put a yellow centre in there as well. So you can see now that is starting to build my flower.
Yeah.
But I'm going to turn this into another cane with all those petals and a full flower in there. So that's what we'll continue doing a little bit later on.
Perfect.
Okay. I know I haven't got time to finish that, so I will have to leave it on a cliffhanger because I can't finish it now. But do come back at 7 o'clock. But how long have we got left?
We have about 3 minutes, I think.
Okay. I just very quickly. I said about making your own tools, didn't I? I've got some needles here. I mean, these are wool variation. If you want to make some needles, and we are going to do something called polymer clay applique or embroidery as well at 7 o'clock. If you've never seen that before, I will be using a tool for that, and it is a needle. Now, what I could do here, I would just push the needle into a ball of clay. This is going to be a handle to my tool. Okay.
Oh, could you do that? Could you create your own tool?
You certainly can, yeah. I would put a little bit of super glue in there. You can shape that down if you want, but you want to make sure this is never going to come out. So use your scrap clay to make your tools, but what you can also do, and I will go with my peacock feather because it's already made.
So you can make your own pocket tools with beautiful decorations.
You certainly
and
can.
I love your peacock feathers. They are just amazing.
Well, I'll not cover the whole thing, but then if I just take that out just so it's safer while I'm doing this on air. If you then make your canes and start to apply over something like this, and you could cover the whole surface, or you could just choose areas, and then you roll again, that will start to blend into the clay, so you are getting that beautiful effect.
So that looks amazing.
I will also continue to do that, and I'm going to cover the whole thing so we'll have that pattern running through it. So the flower that I'm making, I could do the same thing with that as well. If you've got crochet hooks,
oh yes, of course,
metal ones with no handle, and you want a handle, make your own handles out of polymer clay.
And that makes some lovely presents as well.
Does,
you can do it. Could you do as well? So, for instance, I'm thinking of these very fancy, expensive pens. Right, I have got covers.
Yes.
So, for instance, if I could get a cheap biro pen, could I create a cover?
You could, depending on the pen, because although you bake polymer clay at a very low temperature,
you couldn't bake the pen.
You would melt a plastic pen, but you can get. I think Staedtler do them. Feefo, we've had Feefo here before. They do a kit actually where you get a metal barrel that you can.
So if it's a metal
if you've got a metal one, you can do it. Yeah.
If you do it, for instance, and this is also another question about how it shrinks or not shrinks the polymer clay. But so, for instance, if you do it while you create a cover, then you take the pen out and then you bake it.
Yeah.
Would I still be able to insert the pen into the cover?
As long as you don't cover it where you screw the bits together, make sure you keep that free.
Yeah.
And you don't need any glue or anything. The clay will bake around the barrel. And you don't have to worry about it coming away. I'm just going to keep working on that. I might add some more patterns into there as well. But you can see how that's coming along. I'll see if I can get that baked for 7 o'clock as well.
Thank you so much, Catherine. That looks like a snake now. That has got like
it does a bit.
Eyes. Just don't put it too close to me. But it's just so gorgeous. I love the peacock feathers. And remember to check out your baskets. Catherine and Alex will be back at 7 p.m. with more inspirational demos by our Catherine. Thank you so much, Catherine. We'll see you at 7 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
And of course, just to check out your baskets, because you are going to enjoy the polymer clay, a fabulous product to work with. Now, after the break, well, we last look at the one day special, and it's a good one, so stay tuned. Of course, it's a good one. It's from Matthew Palmer. And then we have got Emma Louise African wax fabrics, and then add 6 couture creations of one day special.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and Crafting with La Blanche.